And your boy right in the south of man. To get your information, to get my action, smooth I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you just spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Funjama, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Every Ikepa, Regina, my brother, don't spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You want to get a nose of the don't spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, Batty. Spoon TV. Yes, Batty. Spoon TV. Spoon. Balaba. Spoon entertainment. Let's say go to there. Yes, son, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the south of man. On the beat. To get your information, to get my action, spoon direction, I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Funjama, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Every Ikepa, Regina, my brother, don't spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You want to get a nose of the don't spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? It's like about it. It's like about it.
Seven minutes after 7 p.m. here in Liberia. Today is Sunday, the 5th day of October 2025. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'd love to welcome you to tonight's special edition of One-on-One with the CEO. And on tonight, we're playing host to the political leader of the Alternative National Congress, Honorable Alexander Benedict Cummins. He joins us for an exclusive appearance. This is his first official appearance since getting a new mandate from the members and partisans of the ANC to serve as the party's political leader. And we'll have a very lengthy list of things to talk about tonight on the program. Yep, we started 20 or 30 minutes earlier than our slated time. That's because this is a special edition and we did have some troubles with our pages on yesterday. Thank goodness our technical team did work around the clock tirelessly to make sure that we have all of those pages up and running. Today promises to be a very, 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 very interesting show, and you just can't afford to miss. Yes, Morris Day, you cannot see me because we still have the flyer up, and we'll take down the flyer and you definitely see me. Right now, I'm in my John Cena mode. So what you need to do is to share the show, share it with your family, your friends, share it in as many chat rooms as you can, in as many inboxes as you can, and do not be told. Be a part of the conversation and listen to Mr. Cummins as we delve into issues around the ANC and national issues as well. With the renewed mandate, Mr. Cummins has been given as political leader of the Alternative National Congress with a new core of officials as well. He's stepping back into the spotlight as he has been engaging, disadvantaged youth, drug afflicted youth, if you want to call it that way, those who are experimenting with drugs. He's been going hard. He said, well, the 1% that I got, it was because of fraud and it was all manipulated. And there is a new sense of vigor, enthusiasm surrounding the ANC as well. And it's not business as usual, waiting for at least a year or two to election, and then you become visible. Mr. Cummins is making himself and the ANC visible and relatable to the Liberian people. We want to hear from him. He will be appearing on the show tonight. So all you need to do is to start sharing the show. We're live on Spoon TV. We're live on Fabric TV. We're live on Super TV. We're live on Spoon TV Live too. We're on YouTube. Our handle is a Spoon Talk Live. All you need to do now is to share the program and don't blink. To all those of you listening to us all around Liberia, I'd love to say welcome to you as well. You're listening to us via Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, Voice of Liberia 104.1, and a host of other affiliate stations across Liberia. You are definitely welcome. Mr. Cummins is set, he's ready, but before all of that, before we bring him on to have this all-important conversation, we will have pre-analysis. So today we're adding pre-analysis to the post-analysis. In the middle will be the interview, the exclusive interview. So that means you have got enough time for us to analyze prior to his appearance and after his appearance as well. Well, folks, please do share the show. The former CEO, Mr. Witherspoon, is in Zigo. I haven't been called for a program the number of times I've been called today. That tells you the added importance, and that's one of the reasons the Spoon Network is the best in Liberia. We attach importance to everybody. This is the people's station. This is the people's network. And we'll be having Mr. Cummins as our special guest tonight on the program. So once Spoon Breaker is all set and ready, he will definitely bring himself on. He's got the master command, and we'll start our pre-analysis before we bring on Mr. Cummins from 8 p.m. here in Liberia. Mr. Cummins will be our guest until 10 p.m. and then we'll bring on the rest of the panelists again to have a post-analysis of his appearance, of his interview as well. So you're welcome. We'll wait a minute for the former CEO to come on and the rest of the guys who will be joining the program for us to start our pre-analysis. So Mr. Witherspoon is all set, and we'll bring him on for us to start having this particular conversation.
You have the flyer.
First panelist to come on. All right, so let me take down the flyer now and increase the volume for us to start this conversation. Boomberger, what's up?
How you doing? It's good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing good. You look, got anything like bro, this thing inspired. You look.
No, I just for church, man. Today is first Sunday, so you gotta put your Sunday best. Yeah. I see Emmanuel in the bag already to rock and roll. We got to put our Sunday best. This is pre-analysis. And then, like Damo said, the guys will get off, and Damo and myself will host Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummins, that we can go ahead and have a wonderful show with the ANC. Now, can we say the ANC political leader now? Can we say that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sure, we can say that. The ANC political leader, Mr. Alexander Cummins. It will be a wonderful show today. I received a lot of questions from all over. Emmanuel, how you doing today? It's good to see you, my friend.
Thank you, my brother. I'm doing very, very fine.
Make a little bit of adjustment, Emmanuel. We're only seeing your forehead. Make a little bit of adjustment. Maybe you want. There you go. There you go. You can just.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good evening, Diamond.
We all get it forehead. Yeah, Dama, how you doing? How Liberia guys who want to say we apologize for technical issue yesterday. There was a lot of program going on, the convention and other issues around the country. We have a little bit of glitch, and here we are today. Thank God for Facebook that we can all come together to have a wonderful program. The first interview there after, I believe, the first official major interview after Mr. Cummins. He have taken over the game. He have, and this is a big one today, Damo. This is a big one, Damo.
It is a big one, and it's a privilege to be on this platform, sharing it with you as we will interview Mr. Cummins, a major player here in the Liberia political landscape. And I'm upbeat, I'm ready. As you said, you've been getting a lot of questions. Even I saw a comment just now that people have been praying for the interview to be smooth. Somebody just said, I prayed today in church for this particular interview. That tells you how important it is for Mr. Cummins addressing the Liberian people vying through our medium.
So, Dama, if you look up the right-hand side of your monitor, there's a message that says important. You want to check that. You know what to do with that. You saying it right? I want to say, Manuel, welcome to the show. I was at the convention yesterday as we welcome Kev Hassan also for days. Now, this will be for only 30 minutes, guys. So give it your best shot. Let's jump into it. We have Representative Nathan Diaz is coming on for pre-analysis. Winfred Russell is coming on for pre-analysis. Jefferson Chelsea will be on for pre-analysis. Akari Spray will be on for post-analysis. And we'll be welcoming Kano Bagbara. I think that's his name. Kano Bagbara wanted to join us today, but again, he will be on the show tomorrow on the Spoon Talk. A lot of people from all different party political group, including the CMC, their representative will be our friend Manipaka Demont. He will be joining us this week from CMC. Every political party will be represented. I believe there's a gentleman, the name is Leo. I believe, Emmanuel, you know him. He should be coming for post-analysis as well. Talk to us, Emmanuel. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator, it was a great convention yesterday. Very, very successful. It was so successful that the chairman of the Unity Party visited us. We had other political parties that came in. So it was great. And I believe Mr. Cummins is going to speak to the success we had yesterday. We elected a new team of officers. I was honored by my colleagues to cast the white ballot on behalf of the political leader. And Chairman Gould was elected as the national chairman. Representative Tawombe is coming in as our vice chair for administration. Mona Fahar is coming in for vice chair for international affairs. We passed, I think, about 6 or 7 amendment to our constitution. So it was exciting. I mean, it was exciting interacting with our colleagues from Lofa and other counties. It was great, very great. In fact, our colleagues from Nimba, very strong lady, came with the team from Nimba representing Nimba County. We feel ready, we feel charged, and from now henceforth, the ANC is going to be on the move. So those of you who are out there who've been sitting on the fence, who've been wondering where the ANC is going, I ask you all to come back home. The Big Ten is open. We welcome you from everywhere. We have to do this thing together because Liberia needs every one of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. I would love to have you, as always. To those of you out there, just go right now and just hit that thing on Facebook and share the show. We are on today, though. It's going to be a big one. And you know, when I say it's going to be a big one, Mr. Cummings will have to talk to you, not only us on set, but Mr. Cummings will be addressing the nation for my prime time. He will be speaking to you in your homes, at your business area, in the nightclub, right? Everywhere you find Spoon Talk is on your cell phone. It's on the radio, by the way. And again, we are on Voice of Liberia. That's the network all over the country. On Fabric, on Super, on Spoon, you can find us. I want to assure you today, you will be speaking to Mr. Cummings, not me. I know Mr. Cummings, but you got to get to know him. Mr. Cummings ran 2017. He ran 2023. What's the new message this time around? You will ask Mr. Cummings your question. You will make that comparison between the George Manawia, the Joseph Boakai, the Madam Salih, and here comes Mr. Cummings. You will speak to Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings will look in the phone and look in the computer right through the camera and speak to you. I want to say, Kev Fico, it's good to see you, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me say hi to everybody. Emmanuel, did you win?
Emmanuel, election is in America. It's next 2 weeks or next week. You ask it.
I thought, so you're having 2 conventions, one in America.
That one, yeah. Emmanuel is in the diaspora.
Okay. So there are 2 different.
Just one for you and running ball to just get fist fight, man.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a good thing for Mr. Cummings to come out here.
Kev is campaigning for Moneyball. So.
It's a good thing for Mr. Cummings to come out today and let the world listen to him, and we all eager to listen to Mr. Cummings, where he will say. It just kind of a little baffled me yesterday that when I saw the Unity Party chairman there, and I asked myself a question: what if the chairman of the Republican going to the Democrat convention, how would it look like? Because fundamentally, they don't have nothing in common. That's why Mr. Cummings is running. So I would like for Mr. Cummings to explain that. I can understand to invite like-minded folks within the opposition, because you both want to, unseat the ruling party. But to invite the ruling party, I don't get it. So I want Mr. Cummings to explain that. I don't get it.
Thank you very much, Kev. And that's why we hosted Mr. Cummings. He got a lot of explaining to do. Damon, what's your take, though? We have, let's say, we hosted political leaders. The only person I'm waiting for here, Damon, to sit down one-on-one with a John Manawia. And John Manawia must come through. He got a lot of explanation to give to the Liberian people. But Damon, Mr. Cummings,
We about to speak to him. What's your take? Looking at what a new Mr. Cummings, and I know I've seen Nathan Villa is coming on. He would throw light on it. Winfred Rosa, Jefferson Chester, all these guys. But that would talk to me. This interview today, it can give me something to put me in Zico. This interview today.
Yeah, CEO. So since we scheduled this particular appearance, I've been doing a lot of research, question building, and the rest. And so I've put my questions in different thematic areas. I'm looking at his leadership and legacy. I want to quiz him about his leadership and legacy. I also want to quiz him about his vision for 2029 and leading up to 2029. I want to quiz him about governance and accountability. What's his take on governance and accountability in Liberia, and what is he going to do differently when it comes to governance and accountability? What are the niches that he sees in the governance and accountability sector in our country? I also want to talk to Mr. Cummings.
You giving him, you give away. You giving him.
It's just
Careful. Damo, you
Yes,
know how
sir.
to do the show. That's a giveaway. So take it back. Just give me, yeah. You don't know if Emmanuel taking note. You just don't know if Emmanuel taking note.
The thematic points, and these are points he's been speaking about. Like any other person vying for the top leadership of our country should be able to address. So those are issues that I want to talk to Mr. Cummings about, and Liberians are also eager to hear what he will say concerning some of these thematic points that I've outlined thus far.
But let's talk about, welcome to the show, Representative BI. It's good to have you on. This is just, okay, now everybody gets the message. You can share it on Facebook, share it everywhere. I see my brother Gibson Jerry coming on. These are great giants in the news business. They are coming on to do the pre-analysis. They're going to come back to do post-analysis. We will bring Mr. Cummings today, for the record. After the interview, we will come back and we will tell you exactly whether Mr. Cummings have changed minds. This is Phone Talk, right? But we're going to have a very, very unique interview with Mr. Cummings. Representative, let's welcome Gibson. Gibson, it's good to have you on. Representative, thank you for joining us, man. Mr. Cummings coming there. I see nothing on Facebook right now that people want to hear about this new Mr. Cummings. Now, he's a political leader again for ANC. Talk to me.
Well, hi to everyone and our panelists. That's great that we're a great Sunday afternoon and we're here to discuss about issues that is vital relating to our homeland, right? Mama Liberia. My perspective for this afternoon right now, I would just probably at this point in time, like everyone's saying, I'm here to basically listen to see exactly what Mr. Cummings has to present to us and the future of Liberia. Because historically, Mr. Cummings has ran like twice already for the top position in the country. So if he is going again for 2029, at this point in time, I just sit in now and to wait to see exactly chronologically what is different than the first time, different than the second time. Now, what is different? So this is what I want to hear today. I'm not going to throw out exactly what our Diamond has out of his his governance. No, I'm not doing that. So what I'm doing, I'm just going to sit down and listen. And so after I have heard the ANC, I would say the ANC and comments, after heard what they have to present to us, the Liberian people, for 2029, then now I have to then I will make my comments after that. But at this point in time, I will reserve so many
How
things.
big is this for you, real quick? How big is this for Mr. Cummings today?
Oh, today for Mr. Cummings and the ANC, this is the be all and the end all for the ANC today. This is the day that you tell the Liberian people exactly who you are and what the aspirations are for 2029, if there is one. And again, what happened in the last two elections, what you have learned, and what you plan to do in the future for the Liberian people, given in addition to the current the current two major political parties that's currently in Liberia, CDC and UP. So at this point in time, if you want to position yourself to be a very viable party for 2029, this is the biggest stage you would have today.
Seeing you on the show, representative from Rhode Island, seeing you on the show, your guys are watching right now, both home and abroad. If I mean your guys, your international partner, you will put this on your Facebook page. People you are connected with in Congress, in Rhode Island, around the country. They want to see this guy. They want to see Mr. Cummings. They want to know exactly why you took off your time today to be on Spoon Talk. What do you think Mr. Cummings should do?
I think Mr. Cummings, at this point in time, Mr. Cummings should lay his platform and be very articulate and be very clear what he's going to do. Currently look at the situation in the country, right? And speak about the situation in the country at this point in time. And not only speaking about the situation in the country, also suggest what he's going to do differently if he was there now and the plan forward. It's not, at this point in time, it's not about coming and say, well, I would do this, I would do that. Like currently, because currently there are people living in the country that so you have to distinguish yourself between current, the last two, and your transformation of 2029. This is the greatest platform that Mr. Cummings will have at this point in time. If you're going to convince Liberian people that, yes, I am a new candidate for 2029. So if he doesn't take this opportunity today, I don't know where ANC and Cummings is going to be heading to.
Thank you very much, Representative Zambia of Rhode Island. Thank you, my friend. Let me bring in Gibson. Gibson, I understand. Listen, this is a new playing field right now. Mr. Cummings is opening a brand new chapter, though he has some historical past. What's your take? This interview. Talk to me. Mr. Cummings' appearance tonight. Talk to me, Gibson. Can you unmute, please?
Thank you very much. And hi, everyone. Good to be back. And we'll be back after the post-interview. And I'm sure you're not going to disappoint us, Stanton, that you're going to ask the relevant question. You have mastered that over the years. And let me give that to you first. I know you're going to go deeper. And all issues on the deck. But if you look at Mr. Cummings right now, he's in a wallow. Right now, his political life is on ropes. He either resurrect himself by this interview today. People want to know how he can redefine himself, because he has been defined by other people. How does he define himself today? We are going to also hear today that maybe he wants to clarify this issue of gay today, because this is an issue that defines him. It's an issue that Liberian people used to define him. I have respected Cummings all along. I like people who are entrepreneurs, I like people who work in private sector, but at the same time, there are issues that surround him. I don't know if Cummings can even answer the question today that he's able to win senatorial election in his county, in Maryland County, whether he's able to win any position at all when he contests. Because to drop from 7% to 1.0%, it is troubling. And all of us know. But we still believe that Liberian people misplace their ideology, they misplace their actions because of trivial matters. Cummings, in my view, will be one of the best administrators that we can have based on his mindset, based on the things he said, based on the work he has done in the private sector. But he has been defined by other people. And I don't think he had the political or media publicity team that was able to debunk all of the defining that the people did for him. Those who were there were only concerned about other things. They did not have the expertise to go after those people and tell them who Cummings were. And today, I'd like to see more of Cummings telling us what is his next plan. What is his target right now? Is he intending to run? Is he intending to head the ANC? Or if he is still heading the ANC, is he going to make reshuffle? Because there's some really bad apples in ANC, like Remy Gray, bad apple in ANC. Like I won't call names now. I won't call 10 names right now who are bad apples in ANC.
Hold on right there. We'll do the post analysis. But Gibson, let me ask you though, and this is not a laughing matter because this has to do with the country. no disrespect with you being happy. I love to be happy. But this is about, do you think the country right now yearning for that leader? Or do you think the country just complacent when you talk about CDC and Unity Party? Do you think Mr. Cummings have an opening year, looking at George Weah performance and that of what is happening under President Bouakai? Gibson.
Right now, in putting my journalistic hat on, the country is confused. Who is the right leader? The country is confused. Who is the right leader? They said George Weah was the wrong leader. George Weah put policies in place that the current administration, when they were in politics, said when they come, they were going to change. For instance, the urbanization. They have been unable to change the urbanization because they don't have alternative idea. So the people are thinking, we thought George Weah was bad. Now you came, you are worse. So can they now think about Cummings? This is where the politics is going to play 2029. But I believe that the Liberian people are confused, and they still now are leaning towards George Weah because the current administration is campaigning for George Weah every day of their administrative life. And George Weah is getting positive campaign because of the action of the current government every day. And this is not good for any Liberian political or a governance setting.
So thank you very much. Let me bring you Winfred. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Russell. Talk to us now. We getting there to bring Mr. Cummings on, guys. Mr. Cummings will be on 4 p.m. our time. We have made some adjustment as Diamond just informing me. That will be 8 p.m. Liberian time while we complete the post analysis. We'll bring Mr. Cummings on. Then from there, we'll do the post analysis. So we have about 27 more minutes to do our pre-analysis. Mr. Russell, thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thanks for being here, and happy Sunday to everybody. A happy first Sunday in October.
Thank you. So, Russell, Mr. Cummings, the expectation is huge, man. They just came back from the convention. Mr. Cummings is now the political leader again. Talk to me. Your expectation for this interview.
Well, my expectation is to see Mr. Cummings coming out banging. Coming out and telling his story, because I think a lot of people have been telling his story about him. Look, we are a credible entity. This platform is a credible entity. We're listened to and heard all over the country, if not all over the world, where Liberians are. They were tuning in and others. So this is a pivotal moment for Mr. Cummings. To come and sell himself, to come and tell his stories about who he is, his humble beginning. But I think one of the things that people are going to be looking for is that, because what is happening now in the country, we have huge economic challenges in the country. And Mr. Cummings comes from that business background. So what can he tell us about addressing some of the bread and butter issues that we have? How is he going to create jobs? I think that's what people are concerned about. All this thing about, we all know that everybody on this platform, that mama knows. I mean, true that I know we have an impressionable, population. But everybody in the mama knows that Mr. Cummings is no gay. That was never the issue. That was just a propaganda that a lot of people put together and ran with it. So I'm not looking to him to address this sort of nonsense, but I'm looking to him to tell us what is going to do to improve the economic condition within the country. How is he going to provide jobs? How is he going to create a meaningful, thriving economic environment? I think that's part of what people are concerned about. How are people going to be able to put money in their pocket to send their kids to school, to put food on the table? Those are the critical issues I think that people want to hear. Education is a major issue. He has a STEM institution. How can he make vocational tech and education in general accessible and affordable to all Liberians? Healthcare is another issue. How is he going to be different? What did he learn? He ran in 2017. He ran in 2023. What has he learned? Is there anything that he's learned? How is it going to be different? How is it going to be different? I think those are some of the things that people will be looking to hearing from Mr. Cummings. They want him to create a, to give them hope, and a vision of how things are going to be different under his leadership. We've tried the UP for 12 years. We tried the CDC for 6 years. Now we're back to UP again, and things don't seem to be going the right way for a lot of for a lot of people. So what can he tell us? How can he convince us that he is the right person for the job, and the policies that he's going to put in place going to try to turn things around and put us on this upward moving trajectory?
Again, Russell, thank you very much. Everybody seems to agree that the country is looking for that person, if I'm correct. If you disagree with me, that's fine. But if the country is looking for that person, that we have tried president, we tried, Joseph Boakai as vice president for 12 years. Now we are in a quagmire. The situation is dim. Whether he's going to take us out of this dim light, or whether we're going to just ride the boat till 2029. Here comes Mr. Cummings said, listen, give me a chance. Let me bring you in, Jefferson Cheston. What do you think?
Thank you, Stanton, and good afternoon to all the panelists. Stanton, I don't think the country lacks leadership. George Weah provided an astute leadership during his 6 years. Unfortunately, the Liberian people thought that Joseph Boakai would have provided a better leadership, which he has failed to do over the almost 2 years. And this is why you see, we're even having a discussion about Cummings. Cummings coming into Liberian politics brought some hope to the Liberian people. We thought that he was going to project himself as an integral person of the local Liberian politics, but I think he failed there. Cummings were more like the American politics, and it doesn't work in our society. He needs to tilt his politics towards the local Liberian politics so that he can step on his game to come up. After the CDC as the Unity Party, then we had the Liberty Party. The Liberty Party now is almost nowhere. We expected that Cummings would have stepped up his game to take that position. Then from there now he can start to, have an upward movement in our political space. But I don't see that. Tonight would be a good time for him to talk about his vision and his leadership for the country. He should talk about the governance and reform of our, governance system. And he should also, I'm looking forward to hearing him talking about economy and job creation. Those are things I expect that he will look at. Our health and education, because look, our foreign policy, and how he engaged with the Liberians in the diaspora, because he more likable out of Liberia than in Liberia. He needs to work more on his presence in Liberia and his political relevance in Liberia. Liberia have a unique kind of politics. And if you don't understand it, you wouldn't fit within the political space. And I think Cummings is messing up on that. And so he needs to tailor his campaign, his messages to fit in our Liberian politics rather than running that kind of European or American politics. He needs to be more Liberian-like. And like what Jeru said, yes, the country is completely stagnated right now. The Unity Party has failed on every front in this country. Their entire agenda they brought has failed even before coming into effect. And so, yes, we need to have the discussion around Cummings. Cummings could be a good alternative, but he needs to tailor his politics to our local Liberian politics. And I want to congratulate all those who, were elected into positions, including the chairman, who I know personally, and I hope they will work properly to ensure that Cummings can come back from that 1%, dilemma to maybe the third place in our next election, hopefully.
Again, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thanks to all of you. We're going to do a quick one round. We got a few seconds, and we got to definitely tell our folks, get out there and share the show. We have Mr. Cummings coming on shortly. Mr. Cummings will be here to talk to you. Like I said, I will be doing the interview along with Diamond Slanger producing for us. We're going to have a big push analysis. The representative of Kairos Group will be here. Representative Nathan Bia will come back. Winfred Russell, Jefferson Chesson, Gibson Jerry, Emmanuel George, Leon will be here. Wanto will be here. The entire team will be here, including Kev Ahmed Hassan. We're going to listen. This is about Liberia. This is about what we think right now. High inflation right now. Increase in drugs right now. Bad governance right now. Mighty hard corruption in every sector right now. How can Cummings break through? That would be the question. Real quick, before I say goodbye to you guys, we'll start with you, Emmanuel. What's your final takeaway before the interview?
Yes, my final takeaway is that Mr. Cummings is going to address all the issues. He's been doing it several times this week at the Center of Intellectual Exchange. He also did it when he met with Partisan on Friday night and Saturday afternoon in Magibi County. I mean, this rare meat that Jeru tried to throw up into this very beautiful conversation, we need to take care of it. My Liberian people, we know Liberia. We know how we Liberians think and operate. Which other political party in Liberia has the banner of Bob Brother or Kides Gay thing you talk about? Is it the ANC? Which party has leadership with it?
Emmanuel, I'm going to interrupt you, please. Emmanuel, can you hear me? Emmanuel, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you sparingly.
I don't think you should dignify that.
Yeah, I'm hearing you sparingly.
No. If you can hear me, I don't think we should. 2017, 2023.
I'm not hearing you now.
Okay, all right. Thank God you're not hearing me. But
I'm not hearing you clearly now. Let me go.
I don't think anyone should dignify that because we all know who Mr. Cummings is.
Oh, I'm hearing you now.
You can hear me? I say I don't think anyone should make this program about that because we know who Mr. Cummings is. A married man, family man.
Exactly, because
I don't think you should dignify. Let's talk about
into this beautiful conversation.
I don't think you. I really don't think you hear me.
Okay, let me get her and come back in.
Yeah, get her and come back in. So let me bring you in. Kev, talk to me, man. What's your take? Talk to me. We got to talk about this interview. A lot of expectation, Kev.
Yeah, I would just buttress what you said. Mr. Cummings is a decent family man. I think those allegations came out during the election from the Unity Party folks to trap him down, but he's a decent family man, and we all respect him. But let me say this, right? As we speak right now, Stanton, it's one of the things I want Mr. Cummings to answer. The momentum of the tail lane that people talk about, right? Or the momentum of from, you got the Unity Party, you got the CDC with a base, with a fixed base. They do have a base, which Mr. Cummings. That momentum has a change to Musa ability. How can Mr. Cummings be in that space? Because I think that space, Musa is entering that space with force. So how can Mr. Cummings be in that space? I think you need to speak on that, because you get the CDC with a base, the Unity Party with a base. Now we have seen the CMC with a base. You saw the base came out yesterday. Does Mr. Cummings has a base? That would be the question I need him to answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative Nathan. Let's hear you.
Well, I mean, at this time, we're just going to listen. I'm personally just going to listen. I'm going to listen to Mr. Cummings to see how he's going to rebrand himself from 2017 to 2023, and because Liberia needs an innovation leader, visionary leader, and a bold leader. That's what we need, right? So this is why I'm going to sit back and we're listening to Mr. Cummings to see if it fits in all of those categories that I just listed, those three, because it's a lot of things that everyone on this platform said basically the same thing that I did agree with. But this is Mr. Cummings' time. This is opportunity now to rebrand himself. And if he misses this opportunity to rebrand himself for the Liberian people in Liberia and in the diaspora, to kind of rally around him to say, okay, now this is our leader for 2029. This is the first step today. If he misses the opportunity today, then where Mr. Cummings and ANC, I don't know where they headed. As like where Kev said, CMC is on CMC is moving right now. CMC have that momentum. So this is the opportunity for the ANC and Mr. Cummings right now to probably get in that gap. But it's all about the rebranding of their leader. And this is what I would stay right there and I'll get back and just take notes, sit down, eat my popcorn, and just listen.
So wow, it's popcorn night. Wow, it's enough for popcorn. Listen, don't try to get the wine too much. Try to get the light right. I don't know the drinks you guys have, but I want to say it's going to be a great show today. Gibson, give us your closing on this segment, and we got to bring in Mr. Cummings. Once Diamond join us, talk to me, Gibson.
Okay. Let me just, Emmanuel, let me just tell you I'm a journalist. I'm not joined a political party yet. But the day I joined a political party, I will speak like a politician. Let me just set that one clear for you. First of all, you people are the one that destroyed Cummings in his first electoral process. You guys were bad people. You didn't even know what to do with Cummings' name. If I were defending Cummings in the media, I would have polished his image. Cummings will be a damn good administrator in Liberia. He has the rudimentary approach to management in Liberia. But you guys were bad followers. And I can say that I named 10 people. I just wrote a name here doing our post analysis. It's trying to allow me now. I can name 10 people who destroy.
Let's keep that. We got to
go. I will keep that stand up. I will keep that. But yeah, you know, this is why people either like me or hate me, because I will speak my words and I will not eat my own words. Cummings today, Cummings has never had this kind of interview since his political life in the country. Today is the biggest interview day for him. He has talked to other people. He had his own platform. And I know I went on a platform one time. I saw 20 people on a platform. That's okay too. But I can tell you, I respect Cummings. I even defended Cummings on this platform before, while I was still with Gonglo. I was still defending him. And none of you were nowhere around to defend him. But I can tell you, my brother, there are two things define Cummings in the politics. One, the statement he made when he was being interviewed by Mamadi Diakate. Our people, they felt that he did not make clarity on the gay issue.
So
number two, I'll leave it. Number two, Liberian people believe that Cummings has not come down. He not put his feet down in the Liberian politics. He does not know the Liberian political curves. And so he was speaking over them. He was not speaking to them. So that's why he needs to now redefine himself. Instead of speaking over the people or speaking past the people, speak to the people and let them know who you are. Cummings has good things in him. If we make Cummings a president of Liberia, his ideas, his understanding of the world around him, he will be a good president. But how do you get to the good president if the little man down there don't even know who you are? He needs to redefine himself and not depend on people like Emmanuel George to define him, because they cannot.
Thank you very much, Gibson. Thank you. I understand that the post-analysis will be so crazy. Guys,
do I have time to close since my internet?
We'll keep it for last because we got a few more minutes to bring in Mr. Cummings. Damo, when you're ready, please come on. I want to hear from you or Mr. Russell, though. I'm seeing some tension here after this interview. I think this is about Mr. Cummings' comeback. So it's okay. It's okay. People have been hurt since 2017, since 2023. So having these different conversations make the way for Mr. Cummings as well. Let's hear from you, Mr. Russell.
Yeah, thanks, Stanton. Yeah, I think this is a beautiful opportunity for him to remake himself, and like we all have said over and over, and sell a vision to the Liberian people that they can not only buy but that they can appreciate. He's been in the country for a long time. I mean, how has he built or hasn't built a grassroots momentum? So we need that. Why hasn't his message, as long as he's been in the country, even during the Ebola time, he was back and forth. Why hasn't his message resonated with majority of the voters? I mean, there's one thing that Emmanuel and you all have to be concerned about. There are still many Liberians who see Mr. Cummings as an elite candidate. He was successful abroad with his time at Coca-Cola, and I was, people who try to caricature him and call him a soft drink seller and all of that, they really don't understand. I mean, the height of his administrative, and Mr. Gibson just talked about it, of his experience and his pedigree working at an elite a conglomerate like Coca-Cola, and what he brings to the table. So that perception, he has to address that. So when you talk about accountability, we all talk about holding people accountable and all of that. But what about accountability? How can Mr. Cummings and the ANC hold themselves accountable for campaign failures in 2017 and 2023? So he would have to address all of those things. Stanton, we know that Mr. Cummings is very, very successful. He has a lot of experience. He brings a lot to the table. But how can that translate to the common person for them to understand? I think that's what's going to be critically important.
So thank you very much, Mr. Russell. Let me bring in Jefferson. Jefferson, what's your closing on this? And we'll finish up with Emmanuel.
Thank you, Stanton. I just want to speak to two things, right? Jerome made some salient point, and people think that he's speaking against Cummings. In my mind, no, he's not. Remember, he had a very bad interview with Mamadi that time, and he did not follow. It's not wrong. I don't think he's speaking against Cummings. I think he's saying that this is a perfect opportunity for Cummings to be clear about that particular answer. And the next thing is, Liberians feel that Cummings is completely detached from the ordinary Liberians. Look, Stanton, the elite of our country don't really pull the numbers. It is the ordinary people down West Point, Clarendon, Tocum. Those are the people from the lower echelon of our society that pull the numbers, not the elite. Cummings has few elite people behind him that support him, but the ordinary majority Liberians, he needs to penetrate that particular block. And if he does not, he will always be among the least. And he has to come back from that 1%. That 1% is a stain on him. That's something he needs to prove to the Liberian people that yes, that 1% was not what I actually got. He needs to do that so that the stigma of Cummings being a 1% person, which he's not, he needs to rise above that in this coming election. And ANC need to, if there's any elections in every election, especially in the second round, Cummings need to take a side. He needs to be a bold leader. He needs to be clear. The only way Liberian people will believe in him. He needs to be a bold leader. Make a bold decision. Take a side. But if whenever we go to second round in our general and presidential election, and he stay back and allow his supporter to go astray and make the decisions for themselves because he's afraid of what might happen, then it shows that he's not a leader. A leader shouldn't be afraid to take decision. Take a decision.
Thank you very much, Jefferson. Thank you, Jefferson. Thank you very, very much. We're going to finish. I really want to appreciate all of you. I know you guys are going to be in the back. You're going to be monitoring the show. Do the show the greatest favor ever. Share the show on your page. Again, come back that we can do a post-analysis about Cummings. And we'll take calls today. We'll be about Mr. Cummings and the Liberian people. Emmanuel, take us home on this pre-analysis, sir.
Yes, thank you so much, Stanton, and thank the rest of you guys who continuously say, and that way you continuously say that Mr. Cummings is the best person to lead, to take this country from the cauldron that your governments have put us into the path of success. I congratulate you guys for saying that. And Jerome, you may be right, but you speak your words like, you know, in a Twi language, the Ghanaians have the way of insulting you and use the word "mipaucho" to calm you down. So before they tell you that you are stupid. And that's what you are trying to go around the area and throw red meat to your audience instead of you sticking to the point and coming back and hiding yourself behind being a journalist. But that will not work. It will not work on this platform and will never ever work again. You have to show where you are and stand up where you are. Don't be using me Paucho as your other bloody tool. Thank you. Mr. Cummings is going to speak brilliantly to the Liberian people, and the Liberian people will see that they have a leader in our country that can transform the Republic of Liberia to be the best country in the world. Thank you.
That for Cummings, Bene Stanton wear Kosu today. That's smart.
Yeah, that's smart. That's what, you know, I don't wear Kosu.
You look good. You look good.
That's our first Sunday. You know, you got to put on your Sunday best, and we have a program at the church, so we got to honor that. But I want to say, yes, we have no interview. We got to respect our political leaders. Whenever they appear, we got to present ourselves accordingly. I want to say thanks to you, the representative of Rhode Island, Representative Nathan Bia. Thank you. Kev Hassan, thank you as always. Gates Jeru, the fire troublemaker, thank you very much. My brother Winfred Russell, Jefferson Chelsea, and Emmanuel George, we appreciate all of you. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bid this good man goodbye for now, temporarily. We will be bringing in Mr. Cummings there after this break. Thank you very much. We want to say we appreciate you all. As always, Diamond, let's do the needful.
Okay, we'll definitely bring Mr. Cummings on top of the hour, exactly 8 p.m. He's been seated almost 1 hour, 30 minutes, awaiting the time to come on the show. Kefigo, we have to let go of you respectfully at this moment. And Mr. Cummings is ready according to our technical team, and we will bring him on at exactly 8 p.m. So see you still have got a minute or two. People can share the show as you have. Please do share the program. Copy the link, send in as many inboxes as possible. He's been listening to all of what has been said in the pre-analysis, and I'm sure he's going to answer some of those, if not all of those tough questions. I'm curious to know, Mr. Cummings, whether or not he's been branded or, you know, being sold by people who don't really know him, and Liberians don't know him for who he is. And these are things that he needs to speak to, whether he feels he has connected with Liberians, all walks of life, or what there's work need to be done for him to connect to Liberians or spheres of our society.
With a few seconds left, right, Diamond, I begin to think that, just imagine what we just heard from everybody, for and against, people in the middle, and those that will come thereafter. Something is happening in Liberia. People are not satisfied. Even journalists, politicians, they are not satisfied. They want to know whether Mr. Cummings is going to make that case, and that's why we are here today. So whether you're from ANC, UPITs, seditions, and independent, no pennant, you know, opposition, imposition, no position, whatever you may be from today, it is your time to listen to Mr. Cummings and post your question. We are pleased to announce to the nation on this hour, 8 p.m., to bring in the political leader of ANC, Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings. There we go. Welcome to the show, Mr. Cummings. Welcome again. It's good having you. It's good seeing you. Thank you for joining us again on one-on-one with the CEO on Spoon Network. We are so glad to have you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. Good to be with you and Diamond. You as well, Stanton. You know, as I think we all know, you have the biggest platform in our country, and so is indeed my pleasure and honor. I think it's been quite a few years since we've done this one-on-one, so I'm looking to the next 2 hours of great and engaging conversations.
Yes, Mr. Cummings, thank you very much. Like, we cannot do this with the blessing of the Lord, so we are grateful. We want to say, yes, indeed, we all praises and glory belongs to God. The Liberian people have entrusted us to run one of the biggest platforms here on social media, where they tune in to listen. And folks all over, home and abroad, they will be listening to you today, giving you the chance to convince them. We want to say officially, we will do 2 hours program, Dama and myself, to ask you some of the question, something that we didn't share. I usually don't do that. And I hope you will take no offense to my questions or to our question. Welcome again. We're happy to have you, ladies and gentlemen. Do us a favor, share the show. We are about to listen to Mr. Alexander Cummings, the political leader of ANC. Now, after the program, we will ask you to comment or share your view. We will open the phone line. While we're doing this program, you can fact check. We have our team of journalists who will be on Facebook and other social media, cutting those comments that will be made by Mr. Cummings and sharing them so you can fact check. I want to say all of you welcome. And again, it's good to have you, Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings, thank you very much. Our greetings to your family, to your wife, to your children, and entire ANC. It's been a long while. Yes, indeed, you said that, so I gave you the chance to properly introduce yourself again to the Liberian people.
Thank you, Stanton. Yeah, look, I started this journey almost 10 years ago now. And the reason why I entered Liberian politics was because for the history of our country, we are 178 years old. I asked these fundamental questions, and I still ask them, and I ask the Liberian people and myself. For example, why are most Liberians unemployed? Why are most Liberian poor when our country has so much natural resources? Why do many, if not most, Liberians go to bed hungry? Why are we amongst the least developed countries in the world? And these are just some examples of the many questions I continue to ask myself. And I think part of the reason is because we have continued to elect politicians. And Liberia needs somebody who understands how to create jobs, how to grow this thing called the economy. I describe the economy maybe as this bowl of rice that we need to make bigger. How can we attract investments into our country? How can we make sure Liberian businesses are thriving, are doing well, all the way from our market women to our Yana boys, to our small Liberian businesses, to our Liberian entrepreneurs? How can we make the private sector the biggest employer and not the government of Liberia? These fundamental questions, Stanton, Diamond, still exist. They existed 10 years ago, 2015, 2016, when I entered Liberian politics. Those questions still exist today. And so my passion, my desire, my ambition is to work with Liberians to solve these fundamental issues. If we can fix the issues of the economy, if we can create jobs for our young people, if we can provide a living wage to our police officers, our healthcare workers, our teachers, our military people, our farmers, we begin to solve the issues of Liberia. And so I continue to be passionate about this. I continue to believe that this is my area. I know how to do this. Stanton, I've done this all my life, creating jobs. I know how to speak the language of the private sector to get people to come and invest in Liberia, to create the right environment that will attract them so they know they will get a return for their money. It's not because they know you or they know me, they will come because we've created the right environment to attract them. And so I continue to be committed to this. I've learned a lot in the last 10 years. I understand the bread and butter issues that face our people and how to address those things. And so as we have this discussion, I hope some of these details will come out, but we'll address any questions that you mentioned earlier. Apologies about questions, don't apologize. Ask any question that's on your mind, we'll address it and take it on, and hopefully in ways the majority of our people can understand.
Mr. Cummings, thank you very much. Again, congratulations to a successful convention. You and ANC put this out, and definitely you are now the political leader again. What's the new message?
The message to Liberians, some things are going to be new and some things are going to stay the same. So there are things we're going to stop and there are things we're going to start. What's going to be different about me is that I am not going to let people define me. I am going to define myself. You know, I was too, what's the word? I was too legal. For example, when I was falsely accused by my colleagues in the CPP of forging documents, rather than understanding that it was political and not legal, and we needed to play the political game and the media game, et cetera, we were relying on the legal system, on the court system. I will not let that happen to me in the future. I will not be defined by my opponents, but I'll define myself and be more aggressive about that. This nonsense, and excuse my choice of words to you and your audience, this bullshit about me being gay, complete bullshit, complete nonsense. I would not let anybody define me in that way when it's not true. It makes no sense.
Not to interrupt you. Facebook restriction.
And when, let me finish, please. And when, you know, many Liberians, unfortunately, were gullible in believing that stuff. So those are examples of what I will do differently going forward. What will be the same is the economic message is going to be the same. Liberians are poor. Liberians are suffering. Stanton, most Liberians, I don't have any statistics to prove it, but I'm sure I'm right. Most Liberians do not go to bed with a full stomach. That is a problem in a country that got gold, that got diamond, that got iron ore. Apparently we got lithium, apparently we got bauxite. That is not acceptable, right? And so how we create jobs for our people, how we provide opportunities for our young people, those messages will stay the same. We're going to try to simplify it a bit more so that our people understand what we offer and the changes we'll bring to Liberia and the Liberian people. The ANC will be more active, will be more engaged in the communities, in the mosque, in civil society. Look, we are trying to lead an entire country. And so we will build different kinds of relationships and alliances. You know, there's an analogy I use when you think about our country, you got good people, you got bad people. We will deal and interact with everybody because we want to lead the whole country. And so those will be some of the things that we'll do different going forward.
Mr. Gomez, I understand. The only thing is that it's the community standard on Facebook that I try to be very careful on. You know, but
we respect that going forward for the rest of the interview.
But Mr. Cummings, you are hurt. Again, you said falsely accused. You know, you're using the BS. I call it Bachelor of Science. And when people say those kind of things against you or your family, we can understand. But you coming up firing that you would be yourself. You will be Mr. Cummings to run this ship this time around. So let's get into it. Having said all the good stuff about the convention. By the way, you had a successful convention, right?
We did.
Okay, you are satisfied with your team?
Yep, we had a successful convention. You know, again, perhaps this is, you know, kind of behind the scenes, but historically, Stanton, I have normally left the decisions around the leadership of the party to the party. I've indicated who I wanted in leadership roles, but have not been actively involved in sort of architecting the team. But this time around, I was intentional in making sure the partisans of the ANC knew who I wanted in what position. And for the most part, we got all of the people we want. And so we have the right mix of people leading the party going forward. So yes, the convention was very successful.
You're having another convention coming up here in the US. Talk to us real quick.
That's correct. So yes, we're doing it all in October because we want to get the internal politicking of the party behind us so we can focus on making our case to Liberian people. So on October 25th, 26th in Atlanta, Georgia, our ANC diasporans will be having a convention. As you may know, we had several factions within the ANC in the United States. We want to bring all of those factions together under one umbrella. And so, again, we're looking forward to that convention in Atlanta, in the US, where we also elect new leaders of one ANC unit in the United States of America. We're having a virtual event in Europe where they will also, you know, elect their new officers going forward. And some of the other smaller geographies will be having similar activities so that by the time we start 2026, we will have a revamped, a re-energized ANC everywhere in the world. in Liberia primarily, but also in the various geographies
How
around
do
the
you
world.
intend to bring back those that left you in the diaspora and in Liberia as a whole?
We're actively reaching out to all of our supporters, because again, we need to first of all protect the base and reach out to those who were with us and left us for whatever reason. We would take responsibility for something we didn't do, said or didn't say. So we're going to aggressively reach out to them. But of course, we need to expand the base. And so we'll also actively reach out to people who were not supportive to try to make the case, again, to grow this, what I call this big hut. We want a hut as big as we can make it, and we want as many people from all parts of our country, geographies, demographics, to come and join us so we can make the case to our country and to our people.
So for the record, you'll be in America. Are you going to Europe? But you say it's veteran in Europe, but will you make a stop and meet your new leadership in Europe?
I will be visiting Europe next year. So I will not visit them this year. I will participate in the virtual convention in Europe. It's virtual, so everybody's going to call in and have that convention, but I'll be visiting Europe sometime in the new year.
How relieved are you? I mean, this time around, Mr. Cummings, are you confident this time around? You think you are where you should be this time around, and with your team in the U.S., in Europe, in Liberia, or anywhere around the world? Are you positive, optimistic with this new how you call it, ANC?
I'm very life and experience is a good thing, right? And so, Stanton, as I mentioned earlier, I've been at this politics for almost 10 years. And I've learned a lot, made a lot of mistakes. But I often say I don't make the same mistake twice. And this is why, as I mentioned earlier, we were more intentional in identifying the team we wanted here in Liberia. And so I'm happy with the team. Similarly, we'll be more intentional about the team in the US as well. Not as involved as we are in Liberia, but more so than we have been historically. So I'm optimistic about the teams we're going to assemble. I believe the party is now re-energized. I think the party has also learned from their mistakes, from our mistakes, collective mistakes. So I feel very confident about the party, about the leadership, and about their commitment and their willingness to do the work and make the sacrifice to make the case to our people, to give us the opportunity to change their lives.
So let's move away from ANC now. Thank you very much for everything you and the party doing so far. Let's come to the main issue, things that Liberian people want to hear. But before we do that, this is where we begin. What happened in 2023? Why, Mr. Cummings and CPP, why did you guys receive 1.6 or 0.16% of the vote? What happened?
A few things happened, right? And this is in no particular order. These are, what I call the learnings. One is we were defined, as I mentioned earlier, by others, and we didn't define ourselves. Our messaging, our propaganda was not effective. Didn't make the case, didn't connect. So we have a huge and significant opportunity around communications, messaging, media, propaganda, etc. So that's one area where I think we fell significantly short. Another area where I think we fell short is not directly connecting with and engaging the young people of Liberia. As you know, 65%, somewhere in that range, 63, 65% of Liberians are under the age of 35. And we did not sufficiently, I believe, focus on our demographic and make the case to them as to why we were the right person to change their lives, to provide the jobs they needed, to provide the skills and the education they needed for a brighter future. So I think, a significant gap in that respect. I also think that our party, again, we had, as a result of joining the CPP, we lost some focus on the ANC. And because the CPP broke up, because if you recall, we joined this collaboration quite early on. And I will remind the Liberian people that when I chaired the CPP was when it had its most success, when we were collectively working together. For their own political reasons, and we don't want to relive that, the CPP split. I was accused again of forging documents. All of that became a distraction. It muddled the messaging. Some Liberians actually believe that. And the combination of all of those things, I think, is kind of where it's the reason why we ourselves. But at the end of the day, as I said, we've learned from that. You know, we are the proud 1%ers, we call ourselves. And that is beginning of the change Liberia needs. Starting with 1%, it will grow to 2, 3, and I think it will grow exponentially in the future. So, you know, we accept the label. I think, you know, another big learning before I move on from 2023 is protecting our votes. Poll watching, we were horrible at that. We were financially constrained, so we couldn't fund that. And I think that contributed to the results we got. So going forward, we will make sure that is not the case in the future. But I think these other things around messaging, around communications, around propaganda, around being, you know, defined, around now focusing on the key demographic in the countries were probably bigger reasons why we found ourselves where we are. The CPP breaking up, the focus on that, being labeled. But we've learned. And
was money a problem? I'm sorry. Was money a problem then?
One of my problems, what?
Was money your problem? ANC problem?
Towards the end, we didn't have enough money to fully fund the effort. And I carried the burden of that effort almost entirely. And at some point, the Cummings family, my wife and family said, enough. You gotta think differently about how we do this. And although we spent substantially, at the end, I don't think it was enough to take us across the line. But that was a smaller part of the issue, to be honest. The bigger issue were the things I mentioned earlier. And funding was a contributing factor, but it wasn't the reason why.
Good you said that. Good you said that, Mr. Cummings. I just want us to do this brushing off for us to come to the economy, the good governance, and everything, the main juice of this conversation. But your party and CPP at the time, you know, you were serving as political leader. It was one of the richest political parties next to CDC, the ruling party. So telling us that money was a problem, and you know, at the time, then it's kind of like an eye opener, right? Because we thought you had the money. We thought ANC and CPP had the money. With Musa bringing in everything.
As I said to you, money was a contributing factor, was not the reason. So let's not focus on that. But it was a contributor. So there were many issues. That was a small contributor to why we found ourselves where we are. The bigger issues were the ones I mentioned earlier, being defined, CPP breaking up and focus on that, messaging, propaganda, not focusing on young people. Those were the primary reasons why we got the results we got.
Okay, so when we stay with this CPP group, and you know, we decided to spend at least 25 minutes to talk about you and the ANC and the way forward. Other convention, you know, the convention, your former chairman for CPP, Musa Belete, did you guys invite him? Damo, are you listening to me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think
Mr. Cummings got some technical issues.
You're back. You're back.
Well, Mr. Cummings?
You're back.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're back. I can hear you.
Good. Well, I mean, Mr. Belete, Musa Belete, your former CPP chairman, were he invited at your convention?
Yeah, we invited all the political parties to our convention. Yes, all the political parties were invited. UP, CDC, CMC, all the parties received invitations to our convention.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for making the clarity. We didn't see Mr. Bennett said, so therefore we decided to ask whether you invited him personally. Did you talk to him? Did he accept to come, and he didn't?
No, I didn't speak to Musa directly or personally. The convention committee sent out invitations to all the political parties. So, for example, I didn't speak to President Boykai or Chairman Tappan, and they showed up.
Okay, Mr. Cummings is doing the show from home, so guys, bear with us. We will continue on the program once Mr. Cummings come back. Now, we're about to go into politics of the day. Of course, Mr. Cummings, his vision for 2029, the new ANC. Having said that, we want to say again, keep sharing the show. We will have this thing frequently because Mr. Cummings is doing the show from home, and home is in Liberia. Mr. Cummings, are you good?
I am back.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you. We didn't get your answer on the Musa impact, please.
No, I said the convention committee invited all the political parties. I did not speak to Musa directly. Just I didn't speak to any of the other political leaders directly, but they were all invited.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cummings. I think so far so good. We brushed all of the issues I had to. Right now, I want us to get into the main juice of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the second segment started again on this interview with Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings, how is Liberia today? I'm going to come in. I'm going to bring in Diamond to ask a couple of questions. We have shared our thoughts and ideas. And again, we want to say welcome. How is Liberia today, Mr. Cummings, under this government, Jose Imabara government?
Liberians are struggling, Stanton, today in Liberia under this government. If you think about, again, how much teachers, healthcare workers, police officers, all these people get paid. If you think about the fact that many Liberians are struggling to pay their children's tuition or to pay their rent, or God forbid they get sick, to be able to afford to go to a hospital and get treatment. Liberians are struggling. They are suffering. It is just a fact. And this is not about statistics necessarily, right? And we can talk about, GDP growth and all that kind of stuff. People are not feeling the benefits or effect of that if it's indeed happening. So I think Liberians are struggling. The economy is not really growing in a way that impacts the average Liberian. We aren't able to attract significant foreign investors. Liberian businesses are struggling. So the country is not in great shape. That is just a fact.
Mr. Cummings, President Boykai now served as vice president for 12 years. Let's talk about Unity Party and this current government, and we'll move forward, and then we'll ask you about your vision for 2029. President Boykai served as vice president for 12 years. Now he's president. Do you think under the rescue team, is this government rescuing Mr. Cummings?
It's not. I mean, again, as I mentioned earlier, Stanton, if you just look at the struggles our people are faced with every day, I don't believe there's been any material impact or material change in the quality of life of our country and our people. Look, I think President Boykai means well. I don't think anybody gets this job or gets that job, gets that job and don't want to do well for the Liberian people. The question is, does he have the team? Does he know, does he understand, what it takes to, again, fix this thing called the economy, to grow, I call this bowl of rice that we all eat from. There's the capacity, there's the ability, there's the understanding there. Question, it might be, maybe it will manifest itself in the next 4 years, but I would say so far it has not been manifesting itself. And therefore, Liberians are not seeing or feeling the rescue. Look, the sentiments I hear from people is exactly that. People think, look, we've tried the past government, we're trying this government. They don't feel and think their lives are getting any better. And so Liberians are looking for an alternative. They don't know what that alternative is, right? They don't know who or what it is. But I think Liberians are like, we're not consigned to this suffering we're living, that there must be a different, a better way. And I think that's a manifestation that their lives are not changing or improving for the better.
But Mr. Cummings, 2 years in this government, though, you expected this?
No, I mean, I expected, I didn't expect perfection. And changing things, again, I always like to be balanced and fair, and sometimes I get criticized for that, but that is who I am. You were never going to change this thing overnight. But I expected, and people should have expected to see some small progressive change, right? Some signs that there's an understanding of the problem, that there's some actions being taken to alleviate the. Let me give you an example of what could have been done. It should have been. I believe in President Weah's last 2 State of the Nation addresses, he talked about this. And I also think, but I'm not sure, so I stand to be corrected, that President Boyka in his State of the Nation address talked about providing funding for loans to Liberian businesses, all the way from microloans to market women, to Yana boys, to loans for Liberian entrepreneurs, to loans for medium to big Liberian businesses. This is something they should do, because Stanton, the ability to take on loans, to get debt financing, will spur economic growth, economic activity, and the average person will feel it. They will feel the benefit of that. The market one will be able to buy more pepper, more bitter balls, sell more. You begin to see the money circulate a bit more, and that's how you begin to, alleviate some of the challenges, right? Some kind of national youth service program, right, that is providing some employment for our young people so that they're getting some small money in their pocket, begins to address, the issue. So the systemic, the big issues are, infrastructure and healthcare and education. Those things take time to fix, but you can have a clear plan with milestones that people can start seeing the benefit. But there are the other things, these 2 examples I gave, of things you can start doing now that people start to see, the benefits of this change of the rescue team. And those things are not happening.
Is there anything happening good in the first 2 years? Is there anything that you can tell the Liberian folks today that is happening good for this government?
Yeah, look, I think some progress maybe around road. So, for example, I was talking to Senator Jonathan Sokbe, who, as you know, is our ANC senator, and going to River G. He went to River G, I think, a few weeks ago, and he said it took him 9 hours to get to Fishtown, and a year or so ago, it would have taken him 24 hours, maybe, right? So that's progress, and I'm sure there are other examples. But here's the point. Stanton, I think we set the bar too low in terms of our expectations of how you define progress and if things have done good or bad. Example, when the ministerial complex was being painted, and people celebrated that as an accomplishment. I'm sorry, it's not. That's why I say the expectations are too low. We should be more demanding of ourselves, right, and of our leaders. I remind Liberians, Stanton, that the president, the vice president, the ministers, assistant ministers, the legislators, the people working at the state-owned enterprises, these people get paid every month to do a job. They were elected and they have control of the resources of Liberia. We should and will hold them accountable for delivering on behalf of the Liberian people and be unapologetic about that. And our standards, our demands should be high, not only realistic. As I said to you earlier, you cannot fix the problems of Liberia overnight, but there are things that can be done. There's examples that can, simple things. Do we need to buy the kind of vehicles we buy for government officials? Question, can that money be redeployed in a different way? The other extravagances, the number of trips and the number of people that go on these trips, is that necessary? Does it return value?
And
Can
we will
that
come to that, Mr. Cummings. We will.
deploy Stanton to pay teachers more, to pay healthcare workers more? $150 a month cannot support a family. It cannot. That number should be $300 or $400. That's what we need to do. That should be the aspiration. And the money is there. We can redeploy it. Of course, we need to generate more money, but we can do it. So these are examples of things that should be different, should be better.
Thank you. Let's cut this birthday cake, in pieces for our people to take home some. And there's a lot to discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sharing the one-on-one with Mr. Cummings. And I will bring in Dama. Dama, your 2 questions, please.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Mr. Cummings, for the opportunity. So I listened to you earlier. You said one of your gravest mistakes was to be defined by others rather than, people knowing you or you defining yourself. So with that being said, do you think that has caused some kind of disconnect? Do you think you connected with the Liberian people, or there is a need for some sort of reconnecting or vigorous connection with the Liberian people for them to see you as a viable candidate, sir?
Yeah, look, that is an opportunity, clearly, Diamond. And for me to pretend otherwise wouldn't make any sense, right? I mean, how do you explain, getting 1% of the vote if you were truly connecting? So yes, but in addition is keeping the messages simple. When we talk about growing the economy, it's about creating jobs. People can understand that, right? It's about paying people a living wage, making sure, again, I meant teachers, healthcare workers, military people, police people, all those people getting paid a living wage, civil servants getting paid a living wage, right? So the message has to be simpler than it has been historically. The examples of what we need to do needs to also be simpler. And so those are all examples of things we need to do different that I think will make a difference as we think about the future and our chances of, getting the majority of Liberians to understand what we offer.
Thank you. My next question is about money. You stated that somewhere during the electionary period, money was a problem. The party was financially constrained. And then you said the Cummings family decided that, look, we've put too much money in this thing. What contributed to that? I don't want to say reluctance of the family putting money. By saying family, you mean you sponsoring everything, you and the family money, not party money. What contributed to that? Because there are others who are saying you claim to be a millionaire. How come your party didn't have money? I want you to kindly differentiate between what kind of money you were talking about and what led to the reluctance coming from your family not to put money into the election that would have probably gotten you to the presidency, sir.
So, first of all, and this is where, again, I don't want this interview to define me and say, oh, come and say you have money, doesn't have money. The family will be fine. I will be fine, and I make no apologies about my resources. But the reality is, we ran an election in 2017, solely funded by the family. We ran an election in 2023, solely funded from the family. And at some point, you got to say, we are prepared to spend this much, and it was a lot. And at some point, we're not going to just spend any more, right? So I think that's just the reality. But again, I know you and maybe Stanton, let's not focus on that. That was not the reason why we were not successful. The reasons why we were not successful were the reasons I talked about earlier. Messaging, communications, focus on young people, et cetera, et cetera. Money was a small contributor to that disappointment, if you will. And so let's move beyond that. That was a very small contributor. the big issues were the other ones I talked about.
So just to follow up on that question, I beg to intrude. Just a follow up. To get reluctance, I want you to speak to the fact whether or not monies that were given for specific purposes were not being used that led to that reluctance. You know, people need to understand. There are others who have said a lot of money went into the ANC from your personal expense, and they were not used for the intended purpose. So that's what I want you to speak to. Was it misappropriation? Monies were not used for the intended purposes, or what caused that? You said there was nothing for
we as a family. Look, the way you manage a budget, and this is instructive for how we will manage the country. You have a budget, you allocate monies to agriculture, to education, to healthcare, etc., etc. The Cummings family has a budget. The Cummings family say we're going to spend X number of million of dollars on the politics. And we spent millions of dollars on the politics. When the money was finished, it was finished. That is fiscal discipline. My family, I run things with fiscal, what they call fiscal, F-I-S-C-L, fiscal discipline. We allocated X amount, millions of dollars, personal money my grandchildren foregoing. And when that money was exhausted, it was exhausted. So it wasn't about reluctance or whatever. And again, I use the analogy about how we're going to run this country. We're going to be physically responsible. We're going to be physically disciplined. When monies are allocated, it will be used for that purpose. And that was the situation in 2020. It was the same actually in 2017. We had a fixed amount, and we're not going to spend more than that fixed amount. Similarly in 2023.
I think you now, maybe it's me, but I think you just answered the question that we actually were pushing you to answer, is the discipline that you and your family brought into the campaign. So let's move on, Mr. Cummings. Thank you very much. And Dama, thank you. Prior to Dama question, you talk about, loose penny on vehicles and other stuff. Let me play this and we hear from you, because this is about the new Mr. Cummings, what next? Let's play this video, sir.
I'm telling you honestly, I can ride wheelbarrow to go to that night shift. I don't care. I'm telling you honestly, I can ride wheelbarrow to go to that night shift. I don't care.
Mr. Cummings, what's wrong with this video or this picture, sir?
So, Stanton, leadership, and I hope I'll try to explain it in a way that I hope people can understand, because again, people say I talk about people. Leadership is about what I call symbolism. Symbolism is important. How you carry yourself, how you dress, the car you ride. Some things are symbolic and it's important, the office of the presidency, those. So symbolism is important. And then that's what I call substance, actually fixing things, roads and hospitals and healthcare. So it's a combination of both. When you're in a situation like Liberia, a country that people are poor, the country is not poor. We got resources, but our people are poor. You gotta symbolically identify with them, empathize with them, particularly when you're in charge of their lives and their money. So to buy expensive vehicles, whether it's the president or somebody else, communicates a message of sort of indifference, of don't care. At the same time, by the way, and this is where I need to be fair. The president can't be riding a Dokafle either, right? So you gotta find the timing of when you do it, what kind of vehicle you do buy. Is there a real threat to the president that he needed this kind of vehicle? Did the company pay fair value, or did somebody make a lot of money? Was it padded? So if the vehicle was worth, I'm making the number up, $200,000, did the government end up paying $200,000, or did it pay $300,000 for that vehicle, right? So in leadership, particularly in public leadership, when you're controlling the resources of the country, when it's not your money, how you spend it, how it's perceived, that symbolism is very important. And it comes across as very insensitive when you're buying this expensive car for representatives or the president or whatever, when people cannot put a meal on the table, when people cannot pay their children's school fees. That's the disconnect. And I think that's a problem for this government.
Is that a problem for President Barker?
Yes, it is a problem for the president. Because again, it just comes across as callous, as insensitive. When people are struggling, again, it doesn't mean the president shouldn't ride a nice car, but does it have to be that?
You have a president, the former president, George Manaway, said, I left you beautiful cars. And the cars I left you stay in your convoy.
Correct.
You're purchasing
correct
2-3 different vehicles. Talk to me.
I think fair criticism, yes. Why was there a need to change the vehicles from before? Were they breaking down? Were they were not, quote unquote, what I call Duca flat cars. I mean, they were respectable. And when you're in a resource constrained environment, again, when your people are suffering and poor, you got to think about those things. You got to be deliberate. Even the size of the convoy, I don't know. Maybe there's security reasons why it's that big, but it doesn't send a message when the people are struggling. So you got to think about these things, what they communicate symbolically as a leader, right? Again, particularly when it's not your money, when it's the people's money that you're spending and they are suffering and they are poor, you can't be seen to be extravagant on yourself.
Mr. Cummings, what would you have done differently?
In terms of what?
This vehicle purchase.
I would have kept the vehicles we inherited, unless they were beyond repair, they were breaking down or something. I would have kept the existing vehicles. And I don't know the details of why new vehicles were necessary, right? But assuming the statement you made earlier, that the vehicles that were left by President Weah were functional, were running operational, that wouldn't have been where I would have spent the first stuff on myself, was to get new vehicles. Again, I think it sends all the wrong message.
It's not only the president, but the vice president likewise.
It's on all of them.
Ministers, senators.
Yeah, so I don't know if this is still the same, right? Because it's been a while. It's been a while since I've been to Rwanda, when I was working for Coca-Cola, actually. But at the time, for the ministers and the legislature and stuff, they used to buy the equivalent of like a Toyota RAV4. That was the standard kind of vehicles they bought for their officials. Again, it may have changed today because it's been about 15 plus years ago. So we need to set standards. We need to say, this is the maximum amount you're going to spend. Should we even be buying cars? Should we be giving people an allowance and they go buy their own cars, for example, right? Is that a more effective, efficient way? Because then they will take care of it more, right? They will look after it if their own. And so you subsidize the purchase of the vehicle as opposed to doing it. So these are things that we need to think about differently, and then make sure that we're paying the value for the vehicle. So it shouldn't be padded. And then making sure Liberians are importing the vehicles for us. Because I would digress, Stanton. Today, unfortunately, we import everything we consume almost, whether it's food products, furniture, vehicles, etc. Liberians can be the importers of record. Importation, Diamond, is simple arithmetic. It doesn't require a college degree, even a high school diploma. I import for $10, I can sell for $12. I import for $15, I sell for $18, whatever, $20. I import for $10,000, I make a small profit. Liberians can do this. The government is the biggest procurer. It shouldn't be that way, by the way, but they are. Government is. Liberians should be the one doing that. Liberian businesses, Liberian businessmen, because they will spend that money here. They will employ other people. They will pay taxes, right? So again, those are things we can do that Liberians will see the difference. Liberian businesses.
Yeah, and I want to also get there, Mr. Cummings. So we'll go through this in Drake. But Drake, just recently, maybe 3 days ago, Labor Minister bought a car. The argument whether that car is $45,000 or whether it's $90,000 car. We have the document information that the VIN number was altered, and we can have that conversation tomorrow. But notwithstanding, though, Prestige Motor, Josh Haddad imported the car. Let's go over to the Senate. Prestige Motor, Josh Haddad, or Cactus Motor, they are doing the importing. Do you have problem with that when you say Liberian should be imported?
I think Liberians should be importing, or should be the primary importers of everything the government uses. There might be exceptions, and I don't know what there may be. With vehicles, it might get a bit complicated because Toyota will have a dealer, the assigned dealership, or Hyundai or whatever. And so perhaps because I'm a business person too, perhaps for internal, the way the world works, because I don't know which dealership Haddad has. By definition, if you want a Toyota, if he has a Toyota dealership, for example, again, I don't know if he does or not, Stanton, we may have to use him because that's how the business world works. But there are many other things that don't have dealerships, right? That Liberians should be importing, should be the importer of record. And this is, again, where I think the government needs to be a bit more precise in those things that because of, for example, Coca-Cola, we have bottlers, franchise, right? And so that bottler is the only person authorized in a particular country to produce our product. Not anybody else can produce it. So Toyota has a dealer in Liberia, Hyundai does, Honda does. And so in that case, maybe we have to use them. But there are many other things they get to procure that those restrictions don't exist.
But Mr. Cummings, let's take this home, right? And guys, again, thank you. Continue to share this show. Thank you for sharing the numbers. Again, we appreciate you. Mr. Cummings, do you think the lawmakers need cars every 3 years? What will you do differently? Do you think your ministers need car every 3 years? What will you do differently, sir?
No. So we need to, first of all, I'm not sure that we need, as I mentioned earlier, Stanton, if we should even be buying cars for ministers, legislators, for anybody. I have not done the arithmetic, right? But we need to do the arithmetic to say, are we better off, and I believe we will be if we do the math, on giving ministers, legislators a car allowance so that they use that money and they go and procure their own vehicle and we subsidize it as opposed to us buying vehicles for them. If we're going to buy vehicles for them, though, if the math says it makes sense to buy it, then we need to standardize the kind of vehicles we buy for them. This is where, again, the GSA needs to be effective. That was why GS was set up. So the General Services Agency, so they should be procuring those vehicles. They should be standardized. We're going to only buy this standard of vehicle. And we're going to change it. Look at the life cycle, whether it's every 4, every 5 years. I think 3 is too frequent. I think 5 makes more sense. So those are all things that we need to rethink because I think there's money to be saved and be redeployed to paying people more money.
So sorry, Mr. Conway, just tell us, are you in for the 3 years? Just give us that message to go home with tonight. Are you in for the 3 years? And the lawmakers of the say, listen, I mean, why are they keeping those vehicles in the way? So talk to us more about those things.
So simply, I think 3 years is too frequent. I think it should be more like 5 years to change vehicles, 1. 2, I think we need to standardize the kind of vehicles we buy for government officials and lawmakers. So, buying $80,000 Land Cruisers, I think makes no sense, right? Something in the $40,000, $45,000 range, I think it's probably more practical if you're going to buy vehicles. But I think we should explore whether we should be buying vehicles at all. And maybe we should just be providing allowances for legislators to own their own vehicles as opposed to buying them cars.
While we stay on motor product, I want to say again, thank you very much for joining us. Let me bring this other one because you will be running against Jose Yumampuaka. We're going to pivot to Josh Manawaya thereafter, but let me ask you this question from this video. we lost Mr. Cummings.
Yeah,
Dama, are you getting
Yeah, we were bringing back from there. Yes.
Okay, are we good?
We're good.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cummings, the president on the private jet, we accuse President Weah. President Joseph Iman Barker is flying the private jet. Will Mr. Cummings fly a private jet? Is Mr. Barker to be blamed for not keeping his promises that were made?
So I did a post on that, Center. And again, I'm going to try to simplify it. It's case by case. I used to manage, I managed a lot of functions at Coca-Cola. One of the functions I managed was what we call our aviation department. The company at the time, I don't know if it's true today, we had 5 corporate jets for executives to use to fly around the world. But we were smart about it. So, and I wrote this in my post. If the president is flying where he's going from here to Ghana, he's going from here to Lomé, wherever there are direct flights, right? Where he doesn't have to sit in the airport for 5 hours, 6 hours, etc., he should fly commercial. Where there are no direct flights, it doesn't make sense. And that's what we used to do. If I was flying from Atlanta to London, there are multiple commercial flights, I would fly commercially as a senior executive. But if I was flying to some small city, anywhere in the world, that I had to change flights, sit in the airport, it was not good use of my time as an executive. I would take one of our private jets and fly to that location. So I think we have to be situational. We got to be respectful of the office. So sometimes I would use a private jet if I become president of Liberia. Sometimes I would fly commercial, all depending on where I'm going, when I'm going, the frequency of flights, and that sort of stuff. I will also not take as many people as historically has been done, but you got to be smart about these things, right? And so sometimes it makes sense for President Barker to take private jets, and sometimes he should fly commercial.
So Mr. Cummings, let's understand you. And again, this conversation is very, very healthy. Let's understand you. You will fly private jet when necessary. Am I correct?
Correct. Yes.
Like example?
So if I'm going to Abuja, for example, right? Today, you take Askai, or I shouldn't call it airline, but to get from Abuja, from Royal to Abuja, you leave 7:30 in the morning, you get to Abuja sometime early evening. I would take private jet because it makes no sense, because you're sitting in the airport in Lomé for literally like 5 hours. That doesn't make sense. But if I'm going to Accra, or if I'm going to Lomé directly, or if I'm even going to Nairobi, I would fly commercial. That's the difference, because you go Monrovia, Accra, Nairobi. You on the plane, you never get off the plane, hour and a half in on the ground. That's a more practical way to go, and I would fly commercial airline. But if you gotta go to a location, I mentioned Abuja, Nigeria, or if you're going to the United States, for example, it might make sense, right, to consider a private jet. So it's a case by case situation.
Okay. So therefore, why can't you just buy the country a plane then? Why can't you put into place, allocate funds, do it properly, that the country can have our own plane?
At some point, the country should do that. But again, Stanton, there are two considerations in making that decision, right? One is the frequency with which you will use the plane, right? And the other consideration is, are there other priorities in the country other than doing with that money as opposed to, having a private jet? So again, I know people want simple, clear answers. Just make a statement, and it's going to frustrate some people. It's not that clear cut. It's not that simple.
I think it's fair. I think that's what makes you a political leader. It's fair. You're a businessman, business tycoon. You travel all around the world. You know exactly the different terrain that is necessary for private jet. I want us to
but I would. I would
Go ahead.
also say, funded on this issue, when the country is prospering, when Liberians are feeling their lives are improving, they have jobs, their salaries are going up, the business people can get debt and financing, these conversations become less relevant. Then they don't care if the president flying private jet or not necessarily, right? And so this is why my focus, Stanton, continues to be on let's fix this thing I call the economy. Let's grow this bowl of rice. Let's create jobs for our people. If those things are happening, if there's prosperity, these other conversations become trivial. Because that is not happening, we're spending a lot of time on cars, right? On whether the president flying private jet or not. Let's focus on these other things. Then the other one will not be as
the reason why, Mr. Cummings, you took part in the election 2023. A lot of this thing came out. We blame President George Manaway at the time. We beat on him and say it was
I'm one of those. Him too.
Say that?
I said I'm one of those that beat on him for that too.
Exactly. So how can we now be, religious and defend the reason why we're going to fly private jet when we just told the nation, Liberia, that it was so wrong, that this guy called President Weah, he was so wicked that everywhere he went, he flew private jet. You think you owe President Weah an apology here?
No, but I'm also not saying President Boykai should fly private jet everywhere he goes. I don't think that makes sense. As I try to give the example, depending on where you're going, private jet might make sense. For many places he goes, he should fly commercial.
So what in there you said no to the apologies to President Weah?
Because that's in the past. We can't do anything about yesterday. I'm focused on today and tomorrow. And today I'm saying President Boykai should not be flying private jet everywhere. He should fly private jet sometimes and commercial in where it makes sense.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Cummings, let's move on to the yellow machine. I would people want your take on this yellow machine. Now, I'm going to play this video briefly. You have seen it before. $84 million? No, $36 million. Oh, well, we're going to go down to $21.6 million. Now, information. The yellow machine will be brought in the country by a Chinese company instead of Liberians. Then we'll hear from you.
Your Minister, Christie, Senior Minister of State. It's a great honor to share this moment.
The rest of the video out there, Mr. Cummings, let's hear you. The negotiation on the yellow machine, now this is on the decks of Vice President Jeremiah Kwan-Kum. Do you think the government spoke truth to power on the negotiation and even the beginning of yellow machine story?
No, I mean, look, all the evidence would suggest that they did not. So the first thing I would say is, Stanton, there's nothing wrong with getting yellow machines, meaning if they're going to be placed to fix the roads, placed around the country, that is a good thing. We need that. But there's a process for doing that. There's a budgeting process. There are procurement processes. We needed to follow the processes for buying those yellow machines, and those processes were not followed. As you suggested, the numbers kept changing, right? I think at one point the president, I may be wrong, but I'd like to be factual. I think at one point the president said, I think a friend promised it or something, or
a gentleman agreement. A gentleman agreement. South Africa, yes.
Yeah, I just said that, right? My issue with the yellow machine saga is about the process. It's about the fact that it raises all kinds of suspicions about, money changing hands, about corruption in this whole procurement process. And yes, to your other point, why aren't Liberians involved in the importation of these yellow machines? Question: is there some legitimate reason why? Is it lack of financing? Should the government provide the financing upfront or guarantee, and then, gets paid back or whatever. But the whole process was wrong. It smells of corruption, if you will, and just begs a lot of questions. But the idea of getting yellow machines around the country, no issues with that.
We get one of the bidder, Mr. Cummings, they call him ABK. His company, we have the letter, 100% finance. They will bring in the machine. But yet instead, the Chinese company, I think they call it Shentua, Evergreen, they are coming in with the government blessing. I mean, a Liberian said we can pre-finance for 100%. A Chinese man said, I don't have a pre-financing 100%, but I got to work with you, government. And now this government is going through the banks to make funds available. Mr. Cummings, what would you have done differently?
So I'm not sure I understand who's offering what. So explain that to me, then I'll tell you what.
Thank you. I'm trying to get the letter ready to post the letter. There's a Liberian company, the owner, ABK is his name, I think Aliyu Kamara. His company operate with Caterpillar. They will pre-finance 100%. We have the letter through the bidding process. The Chinese company now willing to pre-finance 100%, but the government is negotiating with bank. But now they have awarded this yellow machine to the Chinese company instead of the Liberian company. Mr. Cummings, what would you have done differently?
So that is easy one, right? If the Liberian company is offering to pre-finance 100%, it's obvious. Why would you not one the Liberian, one the pre-financing, so there's no government doesn't have to spend any money. Assuming this ABK is a valid company, can do what they say, it's obvious. That's where you go. I have no idea where they're doing with the Chinese company, unless they say to us, the ABK, it was just talk, it was just a letter, and there's no truth to it. It's an easy answer. You go with ABK, right? It's simple arithmetic, simple math. You don't have to be a business person to answer that question, Stanton. It's you go with ABK. If everything they say they can do, pre-finance 100%, and the Liberian, oh my God, it's not a.
Mr. Cummings, the country is hard. Jobs. Thank you very much. Jobs. The country is very, very hard. Everybody seems to be back in. Unemployment. We don't even know the numbers anymore. Can you tell Liberians we have any percentage on unemployment in Liberia now?
Oh, I think it's like around 80% or something, if not higher, right? I think sometimes when they quote those statistics, they include sort of all the trading people, because that's how they have to live. They have to hustle. They got to trade, so they count them as being employed. But the true employment in the country, unemployment will be 80% or higher, which is sad. And that's why I keep going back, Stanton, to this thing about how we fix the economy, how we grow the private sector, how we create jobs for our people, how we attract business people to come and bring their money, and how we encourage Liberian businesses to grow and prosper and employ people and pay their taxes. That's the crux, and that's the area I know. That's what I grew up in. I spent my life doing.
But why do you think it's not happening?
Why is it? Because, to be honest, I'm not sure. The people, there's several reasons. One, I don't think they know how. I don't think they understand the language of business. I think historically in our country, not just this administration or not just the past history of Liberia, I think people have been threatened by the emergence of the private sector because they think they would challenge them politically. And so the combination of that fear of a thriving private sector and just, I think, the lack of understanding of what's required, of what it takes, what sort of taxation system, what type of regulatory environment you have to have, what type of judicial environment you have to have that will allow businesses to thrive. I think that's, again, a lack of understanding. And I know what's required to make this Liberian economy grow. I know how to root out waste. I know how to standardize things, right? In a country where, unfortunately, many of our people are not literate, you need to keep things simple. In fact, that's part of my problem is I struggle to keep things simple myself, right? But you need to keep things simple. You need to standardize things. We need to use technology more, right? People don't understand how this works. How business people come in, they want money up front. It doesn't work that way. A librarian was describing this, and I would not name the country, but they were saying that they came to Liberia, Stanton. They made some money in the U.S. Liberian guy, I met him. This is a true story. And they struggle to start a business because people were demanding money today, this today. He went to another country in Africa, and he was encouraged, he was supported. And he said, look, he suspects, they might be demanding and that kind of stuff, but at least, his analogy was, you got a calf, you let a cow become a cow before you milk it. You don't milk the calf because the calf has no milk. And that understanding, I think, is important. That my point is, we got to create the environment that we can let the calf become a cow, as opposed to trying to milk it from day one. And I think all of those reasons are why the country struggles to build this private sector, create jobs, grow the economy, etc. The capacity understanding isn't there.
What do you think? You think President Barker going to get us there? He's going to transform? Do you think so?
I hope so. The early indications would say it doesn't look promising, but there's still 4 years to go. And Stanton, I will say this 100 times, that I want President Boyka to be successful. And I make no apologies for saying that. Because if President Boyka is successful, that means Liberians are suffering less. That means Liberians are getting more food on the table. They're able to pay their rent. They're able to pay their children's school fee. They're able to pay their medical bills. And so I want him to be successful so that the suffering can stop. But the early indications are not promising after the almost, first 2 years.
So the question for Liberians tonight, you say you hope so. I mean, at what point in these 6 years you're going to say, you know what, I throw in the towel, it won't work? We're in year 2, Mr. Cummings. But what have you seen? What have you seen that is promising? Forget about roads. Forget about roads. What have you seen that is promising?
But I just said, so far it's not promising. It's not. Okay. It's not. I've said that. But I say I hope, because 4 years, it's a long time. I hope with 4 years to go that things can change. They get the wake-up call. We've made a lot of recommendations, suggestions. We can dust them off and, provide that to them again. So I hope it changes. But so far, it's not looking good. It's not feeling good in terms of, and that's why, again, I think Liberians are looking for some alternative here, right? Who that is, what that is, I'm not sure they know. But I think historically they tried the former ruling party, they're trying the current ruling party, and Liberians are like, my life isn't getting any better.
Have you spoken to the president since his inauguration?
No. So I've met him at different events, and he's always been very warm. I've known the president a long time. We've exchanged messages since he became president, but we have not physically sat and met, sort of one-on-one since he became president.
Why not?
Well, I have not been invited or asked to meet with him. As I say, he's very warm. We've exchanged messages, exchanged texts, wishing him, well on different events and that kind of stuff. He's texted me to check on Teresa. I hope she's fine and that kind of stuff. But he's the president, right? So if he asks for a meeting, of course, I respect the office and I respect Joe. He's our president. I respect the office. I've known him for a long time, but we have not sat down to answer your question directly and had a conversation about.
So rest in peace. One of your dear brother and friend, Sylvester Grisby, that passed on, he was like a conduit between you and President Bouakai. And surprisingly, he served you well when you were running, but President Bouakai brought him in to be chief of staff.
And I applaud President Bouakai for doing that, by the way. And so, look, we've all known each other for a long time. Well, we all went to CWA, so I've known Sylvester for a long time. But Joe has known him for even longer. President Bouakai, excuse me, I don't mean to be disrespectful. President Bouakai, I've known him for even longer, right? And so Sylvester did support me in the first round. So let me back up. Sylvester supported President Bouakai in 2017, all the way through, right? He supported me in the first round in 2023. And when I got 1%, he supported President Bouakai in the second round. And again, I applaud President Bouakai for appointing him as his chief of staff. Greg was eminently qualified. He's what I call a big brain guy, Stanton. This is a guy who went to Japan and learned Japanese, and which is one of the hardest languages in the world, right? And he was a patriot, he understood government, a lot of experience. So I applaud President Bouakai for appointing him as his chief of staff. That was, I think, a good decision. And I think he served the president well.
Did you think, did the president reach out to you prior to his appointment?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did it surprise you though?
No, I wasn't surprised. And Sylvester told me when the president offered him the role, he called and said the president offered him a role, and I applauded the decision and encouraged him. I mean, he would have taken it anyway. I mean, again, but the president. That's why I applaud the president, because I believe he got a lot of pressure not to do it. Right, to say, oh, the man supported Cummings, blah blah blah, and I applaud Joe for saying, nope, he's the right guy, and appointing him to the job.
But Mr. Cummings, let's come on corruption in this government. Talk to us. Are Cummings government corruption free? We always think so. What's going on with this government that from one incident to another, the horn of folks blowing corruption. LECC is so jam-packed, they don't know where to start. Even cases piling up like crazy. Mr. Cummings, what happened? This should be a rescue government, but the government have turned to be a corrupt government. Talk to me.
Yeah, look, again, this is, and I will address corruption specifically, but this is a situation where, like many things in our country, we change people, but we don't change habits. We don't change processes and systems. So the same processes, the same systems, the same procedures, we keep the same, and we just, I say we play musical chairs with the leadership of our country. So around election time, if you know musical chairs, but maybe for some of your audience, you have a few chairs in the middle of the room, and you got more people want to sit than you. Yeah, so run around it, the music stops, people sit, and so the election over, people sit, and then nothing else changes in the room, and the behaviors just continue. And I think that is what is happening now, is that the behaviors continue, no different processes, no systems, perhaps more sophisticated in how it's done, but perhaps not as visible, but the corruption continues. President Bouakai has suspended some people. I don't know if any prosecutions have taken place. Maybe some dismissals have taken place. I don't know. But let me speak about corruption more generally. One of the first things we have to do, amongst many things to get rid of this thing called corruption, is we have to pay Liberians what I call a living wage, whether it's civil servants, it's teachers. Because Stanton, if you're only getting paid $150 a month as a teacher, you will be tempted to sell grapes for money because that cannot support your family. Or your police officer, you will put people aside to extract money because you can't support your family. Or if you're in a hospital system, healthcare, you will sell the drugs when it's supposed to be free. So in the civil service, if we're not paying people a living wage, this corruption stuff will continue. If people who steal are not punished, if there's not consequences, if some of them don't go to jail, if some of the assets that they acquired from stealing the stuff is not confiscated and taken away, you will continue to have corruption. If we don't use some technology to help, right, you will still have, corruption. So these are systemic things we need to do to address this thing called corruption. And again, it will not be easy. It will not happen overnight, but it needs to happen because that's how you can redeploy monies to more productive uses as opposed to going to individuals.
Do you think, and I think folks appreciate the fact that you say build on what you're talking about, the minimum wages out there. The finance minister Gafwan came up and said, nobody going home with $150. Of course, that wasn't true. We put up the different ministries' salary vouchers and system. People going home with $83, $81. If a soldier, Mr. Comey, how dangerous is this? And don't take us through the broad economic trend. Just make this simple for my Mary. How you intend to solve this problem? And I want you to bring in education on this point too. The University of Liberia, in other places, they compensate students, they pay students school fee. Teachers are back to work. Since you're talking about teachers, the environment should be better. Look at our university, Mr. Comey. How you really intend, if you're president today, to solve that problem?
So we got to allocate more money to the university, and you got to make sure you have confidence in the leadership of the school. And I'm not suggesting I do or don't. I don't know the new president, so that's not what I'm commenting on. But you got to make sure you got the right leadership, and you got to provide them with the money, the resources. And if you say education is supposed to be free, it's supposed to be free, and you got to provide the resources to make it free. And then the standard of education, right? The quality of the facilities. This is our, flagship state institution. And if you go to the campus, you will be embarrassed. It shouldn't be that way. So the simple answer is not complicated. You get the right people leading the institution and you allocate the funds to them to make sure the facilities, the standard of education, all the things you need for it to be successful, you got to find the money to do it. This is a way, again, you got to find ways to save money. You got to find ways to grow the budget. So you can find the money to do these things. Otherwise, it's just talk. So again, I add all these things because these things are never as simple. But to answer your question, we will allocate the monies necessary for the University of Liberia to be truly free and for it to represent the flagship educational institution of our country. That is what we will do if given the opportunity.
Who do you put this on, Mr. Comey? George Manawia or this current government? The situation in the country today. Yeah, the university situation. Who you hold responsible? The government or the former president?
Oh, I think both. I think under the former president, the situation did not improve, and it continues under this government. So, and look, you can only blame your predecessor for so long. So the majority of responsibility now is on this current government because they are in power. They have now control of the resources. In my old life in business, maybe you allow 6 months to blame your predecessor. After that, nobody wants to hear. They're like, but you in charge now. You making the money now. You got control of the resources. Now it's your responsibility. Now the problem is yours. So we give small of the blame to the prior government because of what they did. But now it is the UP government. They are in charge. They've been in charge for almost 2 years. They get paid every month. they got control of the resources, is now their responsibility. It now will blame them. Now we'll hold them accountable because they're now in charge. And the 6 months grace period in my whole history, that 6 month grace period is gone.
So you give them 6 months.
I'm using it as an analogy. So
I understand. How long you give this government to know that it's done?
No, I'm saying it's done now. It's because they've been in charge. They've been in charge for more than 6 months. So I just said.
So I want to go down the road. Have education. You said great the government on education, Mr. Cummings.
The educational system in this country has not changed materially. So you want a grade, you want a normal grade or
just 0 to 9. But I would say 1 to 10, it would be better. 1 to 10, greater government, Mr. Cummings.
1 to 10 education, I would say maybe 3 or 4.
Wow.
Because again, what in 2 years, what has changed? Right? You know, I'm not even sure, to be honest, if there's a clear strategy for what we want our educational system to be. Because it starts there. Okay, when I think about education, for me, there are sort of 3 things we need to focus on. One, because if you try to fix everything, you will do nothing well. One, we need to focus on teachers training at all levels, university, secondary, elementary, because if you don't have good teachers, there's a saying, garbage in, garbage out. You don't have good teachers, the students will not learn. So teachers training. Secondly, we need a 2-track educational system. We need vocational training. So some people will go to be doctors and lawyers and engineers. Some people will be plumbers, masons, electricians, etc. You need 2 educational tracks. 3, we need to focus on adult education, right? Many of our parents, grandparents, others are functionally illiterate. You know, they are valuable. We need to educate. So we need a clear strategy, and then you allocate resources. So when you think about the budget, people that play about the budget, you're clear in healthcare, what you want to do, and then you put the money to support it. If you try to do everything to fix everything, you will do nothing well. And you will do small, and then nobody will see the impact. So I'm sure there's small improvements happening in education, but you want to prioritize and then have impact so people can see the impact. Otherwise, everybody will be unhappy.
And you're saying that you're giving the government 3?
I'm giving the government 3.
Let's come to healthcare, Mr. Cummings. What's your take on this government-run healthcare system in the country?
I think you know, similar type grade, Stanton. Again, what are the priorities for healthcare? And this is something that the country should know. Our partners should know, because if they want to help us, we should be clear where we want them to help us. So when I think about healthcare in Liberia, what kills most Liberians, right? In no particular order: malaria, diarrhea, childbirth, hypertension. There are like 5 things that kill most of us. Yes, some of us die from cancer, heart, liver disease, but the majority of Liberians died from these things I just mentioned, right? So the priority should be on what they call primary health care, having the clinics around the country with the drugs to treat these ailments, with birthing rooms, because childbirth is still a big killer, with nurses and midwives trained, adequately compensated, paid, et cetera. That should be the focus of our healthcare strategy. And again, I don't see that direct focus and therefore the impact that you should have given the limited resources we have as a country.
We have a problem, and we run with this. People have been increasing at JFK, Mr. Cummings. Under the Cummings government, will you have anything of such? It happened under George Mann. We are maybe going back. People have been increased. They don't pay the bills. They go for treatment, and they are there. They will not leave till they pay that bill. Some people have been there for 3-4 months, Mr. Cummings. They are prisoner to JFK, prisoner within the healthcare system. Again, talk to us. Most recently, there's a lady, her daughter went to give birth. She never had the money. We raised some funds on Spoon Talk to help her. I mean, what would you do differently? Why should we have a Liberian going to the hospital and cannot leave because of 100 others. So they will be there for almost 6 months.
So again, you want a simple answer, and maybe there is, right? First of all, in a Cummings administration, that will not happen. That will not be the case. People will not be held hostage because they don't have the money for their medical bills. So that's the simple answer. The more complicated answer is, and how we will do that is, again, we will create jobs for Liberians. We'll grow the private sector. We'll grow this thing called the economy. And by doing that, Liberians will have jobs, they will have money, and they'll be able to pay for the medical treatment. That's the difference. That's how you close the circle. So again, to answer your question, we're not going to do that. We're not going to hold people hostage. That's not going to happen. How we'll do it is we'll make sure we're fixing this thing called economy. This thing, creating jobs for people, paying people a living wage, attracting investors, et cetera, et cetera. That's how we ultimately solve many of these challenges faced by our country and people.
Mr. Cummings, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, we got about another 33 minutes to spend with Mr. Cummings. We want to say, post your question. I'm reading this. And to get to some of the questions, I have to ask Mr. Cummings. After Mr. Cummings, we'll do a post analysis, then we'll open the phone line after Mr. Cummings, after the post analysis, to bring you in and get your feedback. We want to say thank you again. Continue to share the show. We are here with ANC political leader Alexander Benedict Cummings. Mr. Cummings, off the back, are you running 2029?
It is obvious that I am. I became political leader, Stanton, yesterday of the Alternative National Congress. I wouldn't be, I had a choice not to do that. I even had a debate on whether or not that's something I was going to do. And all thinking and consulting and all that sort of stuff, I'm going to be fighting for the Liberian people. I'm going to be in a race to make my case, because I think what Liberia needs now is the skills and experiences I bring. Look, Stanton, if you're sick, you go to the doctor, right? You don't go to an engineer. You don't go to a lawyer. You go to a doctor if you're sick. If you're using a football analogy, right? If you are in a game and your team is losing, you're down 2-1, and you're in the final few minutes, you will bring in a striker to try to score so you can equalize or win. Similarly, if you're leading and you're in extra time, you will bring in defenders, right? The point is, given where our country is, given what the country needs, the experiences, the skills, the knowledge, that is my area. And this thing, look, today, I think the government, correct me if I'm wrong, the government employs, 60,000 people, maybe 70,000 people or something?
Around there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But there are millions of people, we talked earlier that 80% unemployment. The government can't solve that. So why are we electing more politicians, right? The private sector is where we need to create jobs. Liberia is one of the few countries in the world where the government is the biggest employer and not the private sector, right? So the skills we bring, the experiences we bring, lend themselves to the challenges Liberia is faced with, right? And that's what we offer our country and our people.
So are you running 2029?
I think I answered the question though.
No, the people say you should say yes or no. They are saying, not being asking you. They want you to answer because you answer with explanation. Mr. Cummings, political leader of ANC, are you in the race 2029 for the presidency?
I'm in the race for the presidency in 2029, yes.
You'll be running against probably George Manawiya. The last time we heard from you.
Answer the question?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, you did. All right.
I'm just kidding.
Thank you. Mr. Cummings, you will be in the race against former President George Manawiya. He have not announced about coming back yet, but Max Kamaya, the former foreign minister, said he's coming back. You will be in the race probably against the sitting president, Jose Yima Bwaka or Jeremiah Kwanakum. We are seeing CMC political leader Musa Hassan Bello, your former chairman for CPP. Among them three, for now that we know, what's your greatest fear? Who you fear the most?
I don't fear any of them. Seriously, I don't. Look, Stanton, I don't go into any situation, and my life experience speaks to this, where I doubt the outcome I want. I may or may not get the outcome, but I go into it with focus, with determination, with the resilience to take anything that come at me, right? So I have no fear of, if President Boyka decides to run again, or if President Weah decides to run again, or if Musa decides to run again, we'll take that on. Look, if you look at it, I like numbers, and again, people think I'm too complicated, but that's how I'm wired. So I think there were 2.3 million Liberians who registered to vote, somewhere in that range, 2 to 3.5, but only about 1.6, 1.7 voted, right? So you have 800,000 people who registered and didn't vote. Then you had, I think, another 600,000 people who were eligible to register but didn't even register. The point is, you got about 1 million plus people, kind of silent majority, that didn't participate in the political process at all, right? That is a big opportunity. That is not obvious that we will get it, but that's the way I try to think about these things, to say, is there an opportunity? Is there a window? And that's one example, right? The idea that Liberians are now saying we want an alternative. I'm not saying it's me necessarily, but that's an opportunity for me. Or is it ANC necessarily? They don't know who or what, but that is an opportunity. The fact that they figure there's something different here, right? So these are all things we look at and say, and again, I go back to the point that what's wrong with Liberia is are the skills I bring to fix it. That combination of things is what I'm saying. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it differently. I'm not going to be defined. And I'm confident of the outcome we will get. And I'm not fearful of any of these political actors. If you go into a situation where you're fearful, or you're willing to settle for second or third best, that's where you end up by definition, right? And my success, I always say, started with being blessed, 99% because of God. But that 1% didn't come by accident. It came by determination, by intellect, by hard work, by learning from my mistakes. And those things I'm going to apply this time around, compared to what we did in the past.
So folks are asking, well, if you're fearless going into this 2029, what's the message against former President George Manneh Weah?
So Liberians got to look at the 6 years of his leadership and ask the question, did their lives improve over the 6 years of his leadership? And, again, President Boyka still has 4 years to go. So as I said, let's hope things get better. But I think the question to Liberians and the message is, has your life, so the Weah question, so let me just go.
Let's stay with Weah for a second.
Did your life change or improve over the 6 years that President Weah was president? That's the question. And I do not believe it did. The facts, the statistics will say it did not, right? And what we offer our country and people, I'm repeating myself, but it's worth repeating, is we know how to fix the issues that afflict, that bother us, that keeps the Liberian people poor and suffering, etc. And that's what we offer. That's the contrast.
What was President Weah's problem that led to his defeat as a sitting government under 20,000 votes? What do you think? What was the error there? And now looking at everything, he is emboldened to come back, Mr. Cummings, to run against you, against this government. What do you think, Mr. Weah problem? What were some of his issues that the people voted him out?
I mean, it's simple, right? I think President Weah did not deliver for the Liberian people. As I said earlier, over the 6 years of his presidency, I don't think the plight of the average Liberian changed. Whether the market women, Yana boys, pen riders, police people, teachers, their livelihood didn't change. And the Liberians were looking for the rescue team, if you will. Liberians were looking for more experience, quote unquote. And that's why the president lost. It was a close election, as you said, 20,000 votes. But Liberians wanted an alternative. They wanted something different. There's a reason why, most of the legislators change every election. Liberians keep trying. Well, people are not, they're smart. And so, the administration didn't deliver for the Liberian people, and that's why he lost the election. And the reason why he's considering coming back is because so far, the current government isn't performing, right? So the president is saying, former president, so why not, right? But again, Liberians are smarter than we give them credit for, I think. And Liberians, this time around, having tried both CDC and UP, I think want something and somebody different. And is now my challenge, the ANC challenge, to make the case that we are the alternative that they're looking for. We're not there yet. In fact, we're far from there. But that's the work and the challenge in the next 4 years.
Do you think President Weah should come back?
Oh, that's his decision. That's not for me to say. I don't have an opinion on that. He's got to judge, his prior performance, where the country is, and then make that decision.
Are you willing to be advised on any one of them, TK?
We've had this vice president discussion, I think, in the past, Stanton.
2023. We're in 2029.
You don't. Let me answer it this way. You don't decide to be VP. You're asked to be VP. 1. 2, I don't know why I struggle to convey this point. You don't go into a situation planning for failure. So you ask the question, if I want to be VP. If I say that, then I may as well not run for president.
I mean, if there should be a collaboration, Mr. Cummings, if there should be a collaboration, for looking at Liberia history today, Mr. Cummings, for you to win an election, you should bring other parties together.
Correct.
If there should be a collaboration, and you must be a VP. Go ahead, Mr. Cummings.
Senator, you cannot go into a negotiation not wanting the top job. I may end up there, but already going in, I say I'm prepared to accept it. How does that make sense? I mean, think about it.
Are you prepared to serve Liberia in any which way?
I'm prepared to help Liberia in whatever way I can, and I'm doing that now, right? Whether it's through my foundation, through helping people. I'm an investor in some Liberian businesses. One has been successful, one has not been. I don't make it public because they will go after it, they will punish it. I think my role as in opposition is helpful to holding the country, the government in power, whichever one, accountable. So I'm helping Liberia now, and I'm open to helping Liberia in any way that makes sense for me and for the country.
So speaking about Musa, what do you think about Musa Bedete and all his travel these few days and the CMC political party?
Look, I wish Musa well. I'm not one to, cast aspersion at somebody's ambition. Musa is ambitious, and unfortunately, many Liberians punish ambition. By the way, and I don't want to do that. In fact, I will not. I think Musa has a right to make his case to Liberian people. So, we wish him well. I will make my case, and then Liberians will decide. We're giving Liberians options, right? And then they will decide what they believe is, what and who they believe is in their best interest.
Understanding which political party you think you would. I think lesson learned yet though from the CPP. I'm saying that in asking the question, we bring back some reflection, Mr. Cummings. Are you going to collaborate?
Yeah, look, I think yes, the answer is yes, but we're collaborating in very different ways than in the past. Can we learn from the mistakes of the past? So we'll do it differently, but yes, we'll collaborate. For example, what we'll do different? I think to get into a collaboration too soon was a mistake because interests change, circumstances change, environment change. It's too early. So we will collaborate, but a bit closer to the time. Two, we got to be clear on who's going to do what in the collaboration. So we're not going to collaborate and then we'll figure it out in the future. In the initial discussion around collaboration, we'll be clear on who's going to do what, who's going to play what role. And once we agree that, then we formalize the collaboration. So those are two things, significant differences, things we'll do differently. But collaboration is definitely an important part of politics, right? And certainly politics in Liberia.
But Mr. Cummings, let's talk about the fear you bring to the table about bread and butter issue. People who are responsible for certain folks in the George Manawaya government, that you place sanction on them, right? People think that you lobby for sanction, your international experience, that is totally not in Haiti. Let's talk about your international contribution to the country to the honor of this government. Are you negotiating? One of your former supporter and senior policymaker on the ANC at the time, he's now the ambassador to the UN, Louis Brown. So let's talk about your involvement in this government and your international experience and help sell this to the Liberian people.
So let me first of all debunk the premise of your question that I lobbied for sanctions on via government. That's completely untrue. And it's important that I be very emphatic about that. But I make no apologies about relationships I have internationally, both in the U.S. I have relationships in the U.S. Congress. I know people in what I call the national security apparatus, and because those relationships are important. I understand how they think. I understand how things work, and I think that experience can help us, Liberia, because I understand motivations, how people think, how they work. Similarly, I had relationships in Africa in the region. When I ran Coca-Cola Africa, I had the opportunity of meeting many, today now former heads of states, but some of them are still in the country influential, and some current heads of states who were ministers and had other roles at the time. And so those relationships, I think, will be helpful for and to our country. And those relationships and that exposure is, I mentioned, I know the kind of questions to ask because I know them. I know the kind of environment we need to create. I know what they are looking for in the country, right? Look, Stanton, a major company who I may know the CEO, and I know many of them, will not come to Liberia just because they know me. And because I worked with them, I had success. The fact that they know me is a plus, but when people bring in their money, they want to know the environment is conducive, that there's a good chance they will get a return, they will make money from that investment. They want to make sure it's protected. They will not do it just because they know me. Sorry, that's not how the world works, right? But given the opportunity, we create the right environment, and the fact that they know me, then they will trust the environment. They will know that what we say we'll do. But not because they know me now and I know them, and it was, I know Alex, I'm going to invest $10 million in Liberia. It doesn't work that way. I'm not sure how, if people don't understand that, right? They will not put their money into a country where they struggle with the business environment, the regulatory environment, the taxation environment, the corruption, et cetera, et cetera. If you don't fix those things, your relationships will not by itself bring those people to our country.
So it's good that you clarify the sanction issue. It's very important because all through the election, and after the election, when folks such like Samuel Twe and others were placed on sanction, they say it was because of your influence. But it's good to know that, again, on this set, you dismissing that to be untrue. It's very important.
Completely untrue. Completely untrue.
Let's go back a little bit. Our last program here will be the bread and butter issue, which I'm keeping for last. Mr. Cummings, this government and the president Greater ArcelorMittal, Greater ArcelorMittal. Let me play the video and then you can take it away.
What you have seen, do you think that ArcelorMittal have done much for Liberia and Liberians?
To say much is an understatement. They've done extremely well.
I mean, the president said they have done extremely well, exceptionally well. It's an understatement to say much. Have they done well? Have they done much for the people of Nema and Liberia, Mr. Cummings, ArcelorMittal?
So corporations, you want a yes/no answer, but it's not a yes/no answer.
No. I mean, just
So corporations, and this is where my business understanding comes to play, Stanton. Corporations will do what they are contractually obligated to do and what you demand of them in your agreements, etc. Corporations are not charities. ArcelorMittal is not here because they're charity. They're here to extract our iron ore at the lowest cost they can get it and to sell it to themselves and to others at the highest cost they can get it. That is why they're here. We, therefore, as Liberians, in terms of the concession agreements we negotiate, in terms of enforcing it, etc., it's up to us to make sure we're getting maximum value from our iron ore and any other things we want to extract from that, and then that we are enforcing these concession agreements to the letter of the law, because they would not do it because they are not a charity. They will not do it because they're doing us a favor. And so, ArcelorMittal, I cannot tell you, and maybe I should know the answer to this, but I do that, whether they're complying with the agreements or not, right? But they will only do what the agreements say they will do and no more. And what we will do different is agreements we enter into will make sure that, again, Liberians are getting maximum value from the resources, and we will enforce every agreement that we enter into and make sure nobody is pulling the wool over our head. So, again, not a simple answer to your question, but
have any of your folks briefed you on ArcelorMittal and the MDS, those agreements? Have you read over it?
I have not read it in detail, the Mineral Development Agreement of ArcelorMittal.
The corporate social, the promises that were made, schools, hospital, improving the people's life, better salary. I hope, Mr. Cummings, thank you for being truthful that you have not read over it, but it's disturbing, Mr. Cummings. Do you think that this government should extend them, give them another 25 years?
If they have not, Stanton, lived up to the obligations that the agreements they sign, we should not extend it, right? So the government should audit the commitments they made. So the social responsibility commitments that you mentioned, if they had not met those, they should not be extended. They should finish the current agreement, and if they don't show improvements, then we either do different agreements or we find different investors or whatever. So again, we should not believe they're doing us a favor. We should not be doing them a favor. We should let them comply with the agreements, and then we should add more demands or requirements. Now, in saying that, Stanton, we gotta also look globally, right? Because Liberia doesn't live in isolation, right? We also have to understand, and again, this is where I like my knowledge of economics. We need to understand how ArcelorMittal makes money. We need to understand the entire value chain. From the time they take the iron ore here, to the time they sell it, to the time they pay dividends to their shareholders. We need to understand all of that, because that's how we'll know exactly how much of that to extract. I also don't believe that we should be asking ArcelorMittal frankly, to build roads for us, to do schools, we should do it ourselves. We should let them give us the money, and we should be building our schools. We should be building our roads. We should not be asking, because ArcelorMittal is not in the business of building schools or building roads. They are a mining company. They are a steel company. And so we shouldn't be advocating that. Let's get the money we deserve for our natural resources, and we will develop our country. We will develop our people. Asking them to do it, again, I don't think makes any sense. We need to develop capacity as a country. Then they give us our money, we will develop our own country, fix our own schools, our own roads.
Mr. Cummings, thank you, but it's not only ArcelorMittal, it's B Mountain, it's the Western Cluster, it's all those concessions.
Same thing applies.
Will you call for, if you are elected 2029, get into office 2030, your first year, will you call for a complete review?
We'll review all of it, absolutely, within the first 6 months even, right? Not necessarily, because again, we gotta be a country where when we sign a contract, we live up to it. Because if you don't do that, you will never attract other people to come. That's why I talk about the right environment. But we'll audit, and if they are not following the agreements and that triggers renegotiation or canceling the contract, we'll do it because we have a basis for doing it. But we are going to definitely do audit, absolutely. And we'll make sure that they are complying, and where they're not, we'll ask them to remedy it. And whatever the contract says about remedy, they will have to do it. And if they don't remedy it, then we'll cancel the contract per whatever cancellation clauses that there are in the contract. But bottom line, though, is we should not be asking whether it's B Mountain, ArcelorMittal, MT and Go, whatever they call, to be developing our country. Sorry, I disagree with that fundamentally. I want to negotiate agreements where we get full value to the Liberian country, the people, and we redeploy it as we deem appropriate. And part of this effort too, I should add, Stanton, is we need to think about how we decentralize our country. So some of those money we get from these companies, some of that should be allocated directly to the counties where those resources are coming from, so those people can see benefit. But we should be allocating it and let the local leaders invest on behalf of their people.
The reason why we're asking about mineral resources, Mr. Combs, look at the 2023 result. I put this up. Gold, $871 million. Iron ore, $393 million. 2023 report is a remote for 2024. Special purpose ship, $276 million. Passenger and cargo ships, $196 million. Rubber, $195 million. Look at the destination, Mr. Cummings. How can you improve Liberia if you're president 2029? With what you're looking at, 1.9 billion in exchange going out on natural resources alone. Some, not all of it, 1.9 billion. Mr. Cummings, how can Liberia benefit from our own resources if you're president?
And I'm glad you're asking about mineral resources, because that's where we will get the money to do all the other things we've talked about earlier: education, healthcare, etc. So it's an important area. And this is why when I was answering your last question about ArcelorMittal, and I said we need to understand exactly how much money these companies are making, where our resources are going, and then make sure we're getting our fair share of that. That's why I go back again to revisiting all of the existing concession agreements, making sure the agreements we have, that people are doing what they said they would do. And if they're not, what does the agreement allow us to do in terms of getting remedy, getting out of it, et cetera, et cetera. We'll take advantage of that. But then new agreements, we will have people negotiating on our behalf who understand the economics of these businesses. People will negotiate for us who understand mining and how you make money in mining. People understand the gold or diamond, how you make money, and therefore are we getting our fair share of the resources of our country. We'll not have people negotiating who will get paid $10,000 or $100,000 and think it's a lot of money and just sign some agreement that is given to us. We will write agreements, Stanton, that are simple for us to enforce and understand, because ArcelorMittal, I used to be on the board of Chevron globally, big company. At one point they were looking for oil in Liberia. I can tell you, Stanton, Chevron has more engineers, geologists, accountants, lawyers than Liberia will have in the next 10, 20 years. You don't want to negotiate agreements that require a lot of lawyers. You want simple agreements. So, for example, and I'm talking about this, I hope people understand. One way to think about this is to say to ArcelorMittal, of your exports, those billions of exports, we want X% of it. You do the math in terms of what's reasonable. And we will sell it on the open market and get our own money. We'll take the market risk, right? And then take that money and we'll invest and develop our country. Something simpler than that. And we don't need, all of these other complicated stuff, simplicity. But again, I understand business. I understand balance sheets. I understand P&L. I bet I can look at ArcelorMittal balance sheet and P&L public statements and understand how they make money, and therefore what we as a country are entitled to, so that we're getting fair share of that 1.9 billion that you added up. We will make sure we're getting that. And under Cummings presidency, we'll get fair share of our resources, including, any we haven't started to exploit yet.
I hope we are touching on business, Mr. Cummings. I want to also talk about drugs, inflation, and we're going to end up with the Capitol building saga that I never heard you speaking of it. Probably you did. We'll give you a chance to speak. Again, Mr. Cummings said he's back. He's running 2029. What you'll say, we will be having a post-analysis thereafter. We just get 3 more lines to run through real quick, and then Mr. Cummings will say goodbye to you. Mr. Cummings, we want to say we do appreciate this interview today. Drugs is on your mind. You're going down to the slum. You're going into the ghettos. You're going down to West Point and other places in the country. You have taken all this fight on drugs. Talk to us.
Yeah, stand on drugs is, this is kind of emotional in a way for me, in the sense that when I look at our young people and the hopelessness they see and experience, and the fact that the drug is affecting many families, many communities, it's a national issue, it's a national emergency, and we're not treating it as such, right? And so, one, I want to speak to the issue and call it out. I want our young people to know that we care about them and we care about this issue. And I want to call on the government to take the lead to treat this as the national emergency that it is. Stanton, there are 2 sides to this, how you fix this drug issue. One side is what I call the supply side. The supply of the drugs coming into the country. Only the government can fix that side, meaning we need to make sure that the LDEA is properly staffed with the right people, with the right skills, that the agents are paid well, et cetera, et cetera. We need to make sure customs, border people, immigration, all again are equipped and empowered to stop the drugs from coming in. The government is the only one that can do that. The government is the only one that can investigate and find out who is benefiting, who is making money from the drugs coming to our country. Who are those hidden hands, those big hands behind the scenes? Only the government can figure it out and punish and go after them. The government needs to be collaborating with our neighboring countries, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, Guinea, because the drugs are not manufactured. They come from somewhere. They come from outside or to the airports. So that collaboration to stop the drug. So only the government can fix that side. Then there's what I call the demand side. The use of the product to reduce. There again, like we can all help in that way. Meaning, that churches are forming rehabilitation centers. Some individuals are. We can, as citizens, we can help there. But even there again, government has a role. One, to to subsidize some of those initiatives that citizens are coming together to do. Two, I go back to reducing this hopelessness in Liberia, creating jobs for these young people, giving them skills, and have jobs for them to go to feed themselves and their family. So it's just the two sides that we have to address. Citizens can help on the, I call it demand side. Government can help on both sides, and only government can help on the supply side. And this is why I will speak to it. I will keep talking about it because too many Liberian young people are afflicted by this, and too many families are being harmed by the drugs coming into our country.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings, you said this at your last two gathering. You spoke about drugs, so we don't want to hold you too much on drugs. We'll talk about the concessionaire, and you spoke about it. We speak about the national budget trickle-down effect. Do you think that the government is doing more? You brushed that off a little bit. Do we have a trickle-down effect with the budget? Lawmakers going home with 100,000 senator, 50,000. 150,000 senator, 100,000 representative. How do you think the money should be given to the people? It should go down to the people. Is it through the lawmakers? What change you want to bring for the people to feel that yes, they are reaping the needed benefit from the counties?
So the money should not go down to the lawmakers. I know that's the current system. That's how it works today. The lawmakers should do what the Constitution says. They should make laws, and they should hold the executive branch accountable. The money should filter down in several ways. One, we need to think about how we think about decentralizing the country, decentralizing the budget. Look, today, if you look at our national budget, you can never see through that budget process how much money is directly going to any district in Liberia today. So I live in District 9, Montserrat County. I look at the budget. It doesn't tell me, what's coming to this district. So money should be trickling down that way through the decentralization of the country. And money should be trickling down through the services that the government provides, better healthcare, education, jobs. Because if you're creating jobs for people are making money, they can pay for these goods and services, they can feed themselves, etc., right? But the legislature is not the medium. Look, it's not the job, it's unfair to them even. It's not a job for Senator to what I call to play God, to decide who they will help with a medical bill, to decide who they will help to go to school, to decide who they will help pay their rent. That's not the role, that's not the burden, right? We should decentralize as much as possible. The executive branch should be delivering these services, should be executing these things, and that's how the money should trickle down, not to individuals, not to people stealing and then deciding how they're going to spend it locally.
Mr. Cummings, let's talk about inflation. The president set a committee and to ask the vice president to head up on inflation. Prices are crazy high, Mr. Cummings. I think we brushed off a little bit, but we're still waiting for the outcome of that committee, right? Sugar price is high. The rice prices say cut the rice price to $14. Other places we're still seeing $15.50, $16. Mr. Cummings, what's a knee-jerk reaction from the government to say we drop the rice price to $14? Will you have done the same? What things are so high in the country, and that's the problem. If you go in the market, people complain, people are not buying. Talk to those young boys, talk to those market women and men. Talk to the government. Why are they not solving this problem, the immediate problem?
So, look, again, Stanton, it is not a simple answer to this, and I want to be balanced and fair. On the one hand, some of these problems these are global issues. Inflation of these commodities is not something the government controls, quote unquote, right? And these are just global challenges. But on the other hand, if we are managing our economy better, if we are redistributing the wealth, how much we pay legislators versus how much we pay teachers, medical workers, etc. Because if you're paying them more money, then it compensates for the higher prices that the government cannot control, right? But if only a few people are making the money at the top and the majority are not, the inflation that comes in will affect millions of Liberians, and only a few will be able to avoid it, right? And then ultimately, we got to start producing and adding value to some of our raw materials and products. Because if you import everything, you will never have control over inflation. You won't, because the sugar is not produced in Liberia. If the Brazilians take the sugar price up, that's the sugar price you're gonna have to pay. You know, if you buy importing flour, I mean, the list goes on and on. So long term, we gotta start producing some of these things locally, right? Medium term, we gotta make sure we're taking our ways to pay people more money so they can afford the higher prices that the government cannot control. It's the combination of those things that, you know, will help us to sort of solve this issue. But some of this the government can't control, and we shouldn't pretend that they can. Look, reducing the price of rice to the extent we're reducing the taxes and the price, that's not a bad thing, that's a good thing to do. But long term though, if people don't have the cash anyway, so reducing is good, check. But if you have the money anyway, I'm not sure how much that helps, right? So yes, you gotta reduce the price and taxes and stuff, but also, and the other thing on rice, and by the way, again, this is where stand to understanding what I call the value chain, how people make money in rice, who makes the money, how much does the farmer make in India or Taiwan, how much does the person that buy, the distributor, understanding all of that, we will know whether or not Liberians are paying the fair price for a bag of rice. We'll know how much to tax. That economic understanding, right? That economic understanding of the rice value chain will help us decide whether we should invest in rice or maybe in other crops, right? That will bring more money into us. That will be more than the cost of us importing rice. Again, a bit more complicated than people would like. But the point is, we need to understand this. And then we can make better decisions. We can know, you know, do we need a monopoly? Can anybody import rice? If we say open the rice market completely, would that fundamentally change the economics? I think it would, but we need to make sure it does. And
well, so Mr. Comey, let me interrupt you, right? Because we're coming to the close, and thank you for the extra 8 minutes or so, or 10 minutes.
No, we can go for a little while longer.
Thank you. I just trying to
answer long, but these things are not. No, we want to cut into bite size.
Mr. Comey, the reason why I was interrupting you, I'm reading what people are posting. I don't think all these folks are ANC folks, Mr. Comey. You get the mind of revamping the system. That you are not blaming the government holistically, but you find a reason why they can improve. If what President Walker called you today to contribute, will you be available?
I want to help Liberia, right? So it depends on what contribution means. You know, I can't answer a hypothetical question, right? It depends on what it is. And it will also depend if I feel I can make a difference, it can have an impact. Since I wouldn't want a job where I'm being set up to fail. And they say, oh, the man said we do all of these things and we gain a job, you didn't do it, right? That would be stupid, to be honest, right? And we know we're dealing with politics, right? That's a possibility. But do I want to help Liberia? Yes. Am I open to it? Yes. But I also got to be practical here. We live in the real world. We're not living in hypothetical scenarios here where they say, oh, come go do this. And everybody around me fighting me to prove that, oh, the man said you knew all of this and nothing happened. I will not set myself up for that. Sorry. But I want to help. And if it's in a way that I think I can have impact and make a difference for Liberian people, absolutely. As I said earlier, I want President Walker to be successful because I want the suffering on Liberians to go down. And I mean that sincerely. I'm not joking about it. If it makes it harder to replace him, that is not a bad thing. Look, stand up, we should be pushing each other. Ideas, execution. That's how the country will become better. Not by just pulling each other down like crabs.
So we understand. So is it easy now to replace him? Based on what is happening, you think, based on what is happening, you think he's making it much easier for you to replace him?
It makes it easier for me or anybody else, yes. Based on what's happening, absolutely. Right? So they need to step up the game And it's okay for them to do and make it harder. Again, if in the meantime Liberians are doing better, that is what we all want. Why should we wish otherwise? I don't. And if it pushes me to work harder, to come up with better ideas, if it pushes them, that's how we develop this country. Push each other, be demanding. Don't be celebrating pinning the ministerial complex. I'm sorry. I mean, that's just an example. That's mediocrity at its worst, right? So yeah, I want to help this country. I'm open to it, but I'll also not be open to being set up, right, for failure. And that's how unfortunately politics of Liberia works.
Former Speaker Fonati Kofa, in an awesome situation in the country that led to the December 18 burning down of the Capitol building. You have the time on spoon tonight to speak to us. The case is trending, a lot of back and forth. Are you following?
I am.
Who do you think?
Look, I've maybe you're not aware, familiar. I have offered opinions on this whole saga, all the way from his removal, if you will. But I've not commented on the case specifically. And what I've consistently advocated is the need to follow the rule of law. The need to follow the process. I have been a victim of the judiciary, or let me change it, of the abuse of the judiciary, because I don't want to castigate the entire judiciary, but the abuse of judiciary to punish me politically. And so I will always advocate for fair play, for applying the rules, etc., etc. It was a horrible thing that our capital was burned. There's no question about it. Embarrassing internationally, embarrassing as Liberians. That should have never happened. Yes, we want to find out exactly who did it so they can be punished. But let's follow the right process. Let's follow the rule of law. Let the evidence legitimately lead where the evidence leads. That is all I want. And whoever is innocent is guilty is guilty. You know the presumption of innocence in our country, but let's follow the process. Let's follow the rule of law. And that I will continue to insist upon.
Mr. Cummings, we've got a lot to discuss, but please let's leave it as it is, because I have to bring the guys back. Again, I know you are coming to the state. I hope we can meet and chat and discuss further. Wish your program, your convention here in the state and around the world of success. I am shocked tonight. You are not the same, Mr. Cummings. I will say this to you, 2023. I can say this openly right now. You answer differently. You present yourself differently. And I don't think you are that 2023, Mr. Cummings. So whatever you do, the people will decide. And I think that we had a wonderful conversation tonight. So your final question going home. If elected in 2029, what would be your top 3 priorities for the first 100 days in office?
It would be all about the economy. It will be about assembling the right economic team with the right experiences in all the key economic posts. It will be about focusing on how we can immediately start to create jobs for the Liberian people. So for example, as I said, if this government, and I hope they do it, but if this government have not implemented a financing scheme for Liberians, for them to borrow and invest in their businesses, if this government is not using more and more Liberians to procure the things that the government uses, furniture, cars, all that sort of stuff, those are things will impact and will do immediately. If the government has not implemented a national youth service program, those are things we'll do immediately, because again, we want to do things that will impact the average Liberian. If the government is not paying civil servants, police officers, healthcare workers, a living wage, we will pay them a living wage. So that $150 a month will guarantee we'll pay $300-400 a month for all of these people. I mean, those are the things we'll endeavor to do immediately to impact. And then concurrently, right, at the same time, we'll be looking for the sources of funding to do those things. We're looking for waste in the budget. We'll be looking to reallocate monies from, what I call fancy stuff that is not adding impact, is not productive. We'll start looking at what I call the leakages, where the money leaks, right? So we can fund all these other things I'm talking about. But first 100 days is about Liberians seeing a difference in their lives, in their pocketbook. That's kind of where we're going to focus in the first 100 days so that they can say, something is different about our country and our people. That's what we're going to do in the first 100 days.
Man, this. So you just the economy, and that's where you're focused on. You think this will be the driving force of everything that is happening in our country today.
Absolutely. Look, our foreign policy needs to be oriented that way, and not just superficially, right? We should be very specific about what that means. For example, foreign policy wise, in terms of economic focus. If we do think about agricultural policy, right? How does it affect job creation? How does it benefit our people? So everything has to be through that filter. It's about focus. It's about prioritizing. Because again, we have too long focused on getting politicians when our issue is the economy. Our issue is how we make this bowl of rice bigger and make sure every Liberian can put a hand in a bowl of rice. That is my area. I know how to do that one. I know the language of how business people think, what questions they will ask, what they're looking for, right? Even for Liberian businesses, I understand what they need for their businesses to be successful. I coach some small Liberian businesses, one of the ones I invest in, because I understand how that stuff works. I've coached Liberians in the US who have very successful businesses, made a lot of money, and they acknowledge that, right? Liberians there. That's what I know how to do. And those are the people, Liberians and others, who, when given the opportunity, know we have control, know we're changing the environment, right? That's when this thing will begin to change, right? So, to think, another area I think is important, let's think about football, right? The fact that we, Liberians, had the only African president we are who was world best, won the Ballon d'Or, Europe best, Africa best. You know what that says to me? In addition to the fact that we applaud him for making us proud and doing those things, it says to me, Senator, there are many other Liberians like that running around here who, given the opportunity, could do the same thing, right? And one of the things we talked about in the ANC, in the CPP, in terms of how we want to change Liberia is what we call engaging hearts and minds. How do you engage Liberians in solving the issues of the country and not just looking to one person, although that one person is important, or looking to government? And the things we were doing some work is to say, look, how do you use sports? How do you use arts, culture, theater? How do you use religion? So when you think about sports, it teaches teamwork. It teaches integrity. You get people to focus on an objective, right? If you think about arts, music, and culture, it influences how people think about themselves, how they act. Culture. If you think about religion, it should teach us right from wrong, morality from immorality. So how do you become intentional in using these things? And so we think about sports. There is no reason why we shouldn't be investing in football academies in Liberia. And saying, you know what? We want to, the next African that wins the Ballon d'Or, we want it to be a Liberian. That should be an objective. And we can get others to come and help us invest in doing this. Not only because football and we all enjoy it, but it will influence character.
But Mr. Cummings, let me interrupt you briefly.
So, some of the things that we will do, given the opportunity to lead our country, we will touch every part of this country.
So while we're leaving you, Mr. Cummings, folks saying, well, this government called for persecution, suspension on corrupt individual. Nothing is seen out there. Mr. Cummings, what will you do to fight the system? Because the president have suspended. The president said, okay, I don't need you, you caught in corruption. I don't need your allegation of rape. We want to suspend you. But the will to persecute and see people going to jail, we have not seen it, Mr. Cummings, right? Let me also, and this is the last one, the tenure position, because some of the tenure folks reaching out and say, well, ask Mr. Cummings, what your vision? How will you handle tenure situation in the country?
So to your question about the will, look, the will is there and will be there to make sure people are punished who steal from the Liberian people. And I think most people know that. In fact, I think part of why I think what I call the political class were fighting me and perhaps will still fight me is because they benefit from the corrupt system, and I threaten that system. And I'm serious when I say we're going to go after this thing called corruption, right? So that's one part of it. The second thing is, Stanton, we need to change the system. So yes, we should punish people. Yes, but should we be doing things differently? Should we be procuring differently? How can technology help us to change the system? Right. So many of our fellow Liberians who are corrupt and do these things, it's because the system enables it. The system allows it. Many of these people, if you change the system, they will comply, by the way. They will do it differently. If the system is different, the consequences are there, the behaviors will change. I've seen it, I know it, right? So we can't just punish. We gotta change the system. And as I mentioned, you gotta change the root causes of corruption. And if people don't have enough money to feed themselves, if you and I, by the middle of the month, we couldn't feed ourselves, our children and stuff, we will be corrupt. You gotta fix the root cause. And again, jobs, living wage, these are things you do and you begin to get at this thing called corruption. So yes, we'll punish, the will is there, but unless we fix these other systemic things, we fix the system, we change the system, we make it harder, we use technology, everything else will be Band-Aid, right? We gotta systemically go after these issues and problems. On your question on tenure,
yep,
we have to step back and really agree and understand what should really be tenured and what should not. And tenure should not be because I want to protect Stanton so he can keep his job for another 5 years, or protect, Aliu or whoever. We should step back and say, the central bank governor, for example, there's a legitimate reason why that should be a tenured appointment, so that you don't have interference in the monetary policy. It needs to be coordinated with your fiscal policy, but that's a legitimate tenure position. And there are other examples, right? So step back and look at all positions in government and say these 5, 10, whatever number it should be tenured. And then we should follow the rules around what the tenure means as we define it, and not change it for political reasons. Not come into power and say, oh, because of patronage or because whatever, because this person supported me. We will not do that. We should respect the rules, the laws of the land. If it's tenured, it's tenured. And there are other ways to do patronage, because you got to do patronage in government, in politics. I mean, let's not kid ourselves, right? They do it in the United States where you live, right?
Thank you.
But there are ways to do it that you don't impact the outcomes that you need from your country, from people, so that people can benefit. So tenure, to the extent tenure rules were violated, shame on them. To the extent the court ruled one way and the president, whoever, went a different way, you shouldn't have done that. But we'll step back and make sure the job that should be tenured are tenured, and then we're going to respect. Look, we will follow the rule of law. We will make laws, and then we need to be held.
I hate to take it away from you. I don't know what I'm saying. The very Alexander Cummings here. I think I'm saying the reincarnate. I should say that to you. A lot of folks is just buying into what you are saying. We hope we can have the chance again to talk more on agriculture and a major issue in our country. Again, I really do appreciate you coming on, because you said from the beginning of the show you will be you, and a lot of folks agreeing with you today that you were you on this program tonight. We said thank you for coming, Mr. Cummings. Please, your closing.
Thanks for the opportunity. So thank you for this very invigorating conversation, Stanton. I like the questions. I like the mutual respect. So thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Look, I just want to leave Liberians with the following, that I am only in this process because I genuinely care for our country and our people. I genuinely believe we can do better. I believe in Liberia. I believe in Liberians. I grew up 0.4, FIAMA, demonstration, CBA, Coddington. And I was able to be successful in the most competitive market in the world. It wasn't my father's company, my mother, my new family. I say that to say because I know there are many other Liberians who, given the opportunity, can do as well or better. But we gotta create the right environment, the right opportunities for our people to excel. To do that, we gotta change the system. We gotta change the processes. It's not just about changing leaders. Liberia's problem, historically and today, has been about this thing we call the economy. It's a big word. It's about jobs. It's about opportunities. It's about paying people a living wage. It's about attracting people to come and bring their money. It's about Liberian businesses in an environment where they can thrive for Liberians and be successful. That's this big word called economy. It's all of these things. And that is what I grew up doing and understanding. So Liberian people won't be guessing. You're not taking a risk. You're not taking a chance with me when it comes to that area, because that is the area that defines our country. On your station, not too long ago, Stanton, I was watching, and Emmanuel George said it right, that there was a lot of discussion about government jobs, who the CDC kept from UP, who UP kept from CDC, and it's all about government job. My fellow Liberians, government will not solve the job problem in Liberia. Stanton, the government employs about 60,000, 70,000 people. We got about 2-3 million Liberians, adults, who need jobs. Government are not going to solve that. It's the private sector, it's businesses, it's Liberian businesses, it's foreign businesses. That's where the jobs will come. That's how we solve Liberian problem. It's not this government thing, right? We will hire people who know the government thing, and they will do the government thing for me. I will focus on this thing called economy, and Liberians will see their lives change. They will see a difference in their life. They will go to bed with a full stomach. They will be able to pay their children tuition. They'll be able to pay their rent. It will not happen overnight, but it will happen. And this is what we offer. So thank you for the opportunity. As you say, I'm still in Liberia for a while, going to the US just for the convention. I'll be right back after that convention to continue the effort to try to make our case to Liberian people. We appreciate the hour and a half, 2 hours and a half tonight. My longest interview, Stanton, literally.
Thank you. Thank you. But no, we do appreciate you, man. I can't wait to have part 2 with you sometime in the near future, because we got a lot of stuff. And I think a lot of, I don't know, because today is Sunday, a lot of folks turn in. Mr. Cummings, you have one of your biggest programs. And again, we want to say thank you very much. And God bless you. Our regards to your family anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Dama, thank you very much for holding it down. That's it, folks. We got Mr. Cummings now. The guy's going to come on to do post analysis. Dama, let me start with you. Dama Slanger, let me start with you, man. There's a lot to take away, Dama. There's a lot to take away.
Yeah, beautiful interview.
Thank you.
I was reading the comments as we were also posting quotes and statements made by Mr. Cummings. And some of the commenters were, "Oh, Stanton, you're not tough today. You're not shouting today. you look disappointed. And sometimes we need to let our people know that not every interview is confrontational. Some of these interviews are for informational purposes. Mr. Cummings was giving information. He's the guest. He should be allowed to flow, to provide the information that people need to hear. It is not about yelling and shouting. It's about having it very, very calm and understanding that people can take away from the interview. So you asking for my takeaway. I think Mr. Cummings has toughened up than what he was in 2017 and 2023. You know, some of the things about direct criticism, he was fair and balanced, because again, it's too early to start bashing here and there. You need to make alliances and form alliances and the rest. He was not too direct with some questions, but he laid fair criticism as well. You know, he spoke about the economy and jobs and jobs and jobs and jobs, and he pointed that is his greatest, and that is his greatest strength. That's what he knows, and that's how he can improve Liberia. He was quick to point out at the closing, and the rest of the panelists will definitely weigh in on that. But he was quick to point out that I'm not going to America for long. I'll be right back. Again, that is to point out that look, there has been this mentality that once people lose elections, they travel overseas. Once they have means, they come back last minute to time. So he was quick to point out that look, I'll be right back, and I want to stay engaged. You know, I want to make sure that the people know who I am. I was misrepresented and allowed other people to define me rather than who I am. So this time around, 10 years in contesting in Liberia, I am going to be the Cummings that they know me for who I am, put my best foot forward, and let them know what my strength is, and we'll be engaged. So those were some of the points that I took away, and I really did enjoy the interview. And there was something that I was looking at the back. It was the mixed reactions from Mr. Jeru and Emmanuel. You know, when Mr. Cummings was wrapping up, you could see Jerry like, what is he going to say? What is he going to say? Are you really about this? Are you saying, hey, you could see Emmanuel like, okay. So those are just some of the things, because we come from diverse political backgrounds. But it was a great interview. One of the best interviews, you know, on the network. And I appreciate the fact that you didn't want to wear your Sunday best to come and do the interview. But you were also on point with the interview as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diamond, and thank you for joining me to do this. We are grateful to God, we are grateful to our audience, and we are grateful to the panelists here. Again, moving forward, we have mixed political breed of panelists. And we say thank you. Listen, forget about 2023. I think I will hold my peace and speak lies, because I asked the question, but I'm saying a reincarnate. And I said that, folks started laughing. It's something happening here, folks. Let's give it our best shot. We want to welcome all of you. Brother Gibson Jerry, thank you for coming back. Emmanuel G.K. George, thank you. My brother Winfred Russell, as always. J. Jefferson Chesson, Kev Hassan, Dr. Bopla, it's good to see you, my friend. And Leon Mensah is the name. Leon Mensah, it's good to see you. Now, understand we will be in and out because other people are going to come and join us. So please don't go too far. We're here again for another 1 hour, 30 minutes if you have the time to really dig into everything Mr. Cummings said. I have never tapped any question or ideas, but guys, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 sitting here just for Mr. Cummings today. So I hope we were able to cover some of the major issues, and I welcome you to one-on-one with the CEO. Gibson, your takeaway, I'm going to start with you first, because you were the most critical one during the show. So let's start, Gibson. Your takeaway from Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much. First of all, I saw a Cummings with wisdom and knowledgeability radiating from his face. I saw a different Cummings. I saw a happy Cummings coming into the conversation, into the interview. I saw an exuberance Cummings. I saw a Cummings that understood And according to his statement, I think I did that. I sent that to you when he said, there are so many things Cummings said today. I saw Cummings who said, for example, that we were misunderstood. People told our story. People define us. This is the Cummings I saw who wanted to define himself today. I think what has happened in 2023 and before that, I think Cummings should have been given more chance to speak for himself rather than people speaking for him. I think he has the ability to send a message forward. Let's be honest. There were so many things he said today. Some of the answers I believe were not complete, but he spoke with honesty. And I think if Cummings continue like this, people who misunderstood him will understand him better. And I think this time around, those who are managing Cummings' public relation and propaganda team, they should let him speak more. And I have a lot of respect, like I said, for Cummings. I know he is capable of being a manager. Anyone who manages white people company and succeeded, you can manage any company around the world because the people show you the basis how to manage companies. And he tried that and succeeded. The problem with Cummings at the time, and probably he's going to correct that, is that he didn't understand Liberian politics. And I think he needs to learn it fast. And I think he is learning it. And I think he's speaking to the people. And I don't think he's speaking over the people or passing the people.
Thank you.
I still believe that he has a lot of chance. And I will pause.
Definitely. Let's do the first round. We'll come back to get into the nitty-gritty. And again, thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. I'm going to bring in Winfred Russell before we come to you, Emmanuel George. Winfred.
Thank you. It was a brilliant interview. Thanks, Stanton. I think you hit a lot of the key points. You were firing beyond all of the various cylinders. I know you didn't get to agriculture and some other subject area, but I think you cover the length and breadth of a lot of the issues and all of that. I think Mr. Cummings did himself a favor. I think he really presented himself as the kind of person that, a lot of people who know him, who have worked with him. I have a very good friend of mine who's actually from Lofa, and the traditional nephew of Mr. Boakai, President Boakai. But he is such a huge fan of Mr. Cummings. From his time, this friend of mine graduated from Georgia Tech, and he used to go to Coca-Cola to meet when Mr. Cummings was there. And he's like, I know that guy that more than most Liberians. And if you gave him that country, he would turn it around with a quickness. And I think Mr. Cummings, showed that today. He was pretty clear, pretty down to earth. And I like the fact, I think Diamond mentioned that, he was very fair and balanced. And I think, from where you were going, Stanton, it seemed like you wanted him to be hard hitting and knocking and all of that. But, that's his disposition, right? So he was pretty level and even keel. I like the fact too that he talked about jobs. That's the critical piece. What is going to change the lives of people? And like he also, referenced the fact that, hey, I'm a business coach. This is my area. Many of us here know about Richelieu Dennis. He's not going to be dropping names and all of that. But one of the folks he was talking about is Richelieu Dennis, who was a multi-millionaire, who's a protege of Mr. Cummings. I think Mr. Cummings is an early investor into this big company that he has here in America. He owns, Ebony Magazine, Essence, and all that sort of stuff. He's a Liberian, also went to CWA, so he spoke to his strength. So I think that was a great thing. It's a great interview all along. I think it went well, Stanton. Thanks for what you did. I think it was great.
Thank you very much, Russell. And now let's just talk on and get your Suffolk's view. Then we'll jump into some of the stuff he mentioned, right? Bringing in Akaris Mosegrid, it's good to see you. Vendetta Patrick, it's good to see you. Emmanuel, I would not be fair if I bring you in at this time. I want us to listen to everyone, then we'll bring you in live. So Kev Hassan, let's hear you, please.
Let me say this. When you come into an interview, the interviewer looking larger than you, and I think it's a flop. I don't think it was a good interview by Mr. Cummings. I believe that Stanton looked larger than Mr. Cummings. I expected him to look larger than Stanton because you running. He doesn't. I did not get that thing, that punch, that 1 or 2 punch. He refused to attack the subject, and the subject is the president. He said he means well. Why are you running? Why are you running if the president, who is the chief architect of the policy of the government, and you say he means well? Why are you running? You know, he said, I want him to succeed. If you want him to succeed, then join him, because his policy, his prescription is not selling. GMB is not selling. So I think it's a missed opportunity for Mr. Cummings to hit the subject. He did not. He falls short. Stanton looked larger than him. Stanton gave him a lot of layups. He refused. So I think it's a missed opportunity for Mr. Cummings. I think he needs to do a rematch again and come back. I think this interview went flat, extremely flat.
Thank you, Kev. Okay, a great went off. Let me bring in Leon. Then we'll come to you, Jefferson. Let me bring in Leon. Leon, what was your takeaway? You watched the entire interview.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
You're fine, Leon.
Okay, excellent. So good evening, Stanton. Good evening, members of the Spawn family. Thanks for the opportunity of having me on the show this evening. I'm excited to be here. I was going to talk about Mr. Cummings' appearance, and also not to forget, we do have an ANC convention in USA happening October 24 through 26, 2025. So in just about 3 weeks. So just touching on Mr. Cummings' point, I saw someone here this evening with finally some spine to address the real issue plaguing the Liberian people. He talked about jobs. He talked about, in fact, one of his biggest announcement is that he said that government workers, their wages will increase to roughly $300 to $400 minimum, because he wants to create a living wage of Liberians all across the country to be able to afford basic necessities. No government in the last 50 years has done that for Liberians. So I think he was very strong on the economy. I think he was very strong on all the issues. He talked about healthcare. He talked about renegotiating concessions in his first 6 months. He talked about, really creating simplified contracts. So oftentimes we have these complicated agreements with international corporations. We can't enforce them. But he said, listen, we're going to simplify this thing, make sure we got a fair share, make sure that these multinational corporations live up to their fair end of the bargain. I was just at the Liberian Diaspora Investment Conference last week, where the Liberian government came to the United States of America near Washington, D.C. to raise capital. And to be honest, they seemed like they didn't know what they were doing. They talk about Liberia has farmlands, Liberia has multinational corporation, but the real pressing issues that generate income flow to solve the many issues we have, they weren't addressing. When I raised up the question about whether they will be able to, whether they should renegotiate those leases, those concession contracts, they said, well, government officials have shares in the contract, and so we're not going to be able to renegotiate those concession agreements. So how then will we get the capital? Comey understands that. He understands that of all the pressing issues Liberia has, we need the capital resources to be able to invest in those areas. Until we have those, we're not going to be able to make any strides. So I think he hit on those core issues. I think he was very adamant about mobilizing all the base in the U.S. and Liberia, and really getting Liberians all across the spectrum involved so that we could take Liberia from this coma that we fall onto.
Thank you very much, Leah. Don't go too far. I have to just alternate the team. You will be in the back. We'll bring you on. I have to bring Mr. Beauplan on. We say thank you for joining. Again, guys, welcome to the show. This is just an overview. We'll get into the particles, the whole thing. Yeah. Well, let's welcome Proud 1%, Mariah Yakulai. She wants us to see that Proud 1%, and we are recognizing it. Welcome, Mariah. How you doing?
I did. Thank you, Stanton. How you doing, gentlemen?
All is well. We're going to hear you. Then we'll move to Jefferson.
We're the women. I don't like being a woman.
Well, the folks are working. We're going to bring you on, Mariah. Then we'll hear from Jefferson Chesing and Vendetta Patrick, Dr. Beauplan, and then Emmanuel Josh will come in. What's your take from the interview, Mariah?
Well, I think it was good. I think it was very good showing on the part of Mr. Cummings. I think we saw the new Mr. Cummings. He's very intentional, very serious about how he shows up, now and going forward. He's clearly very knowledgeable about what he wants to do. He explains a lot because sometimes when you're talking about these things, you have to explain it for a fourth grader to really grasp it. And he tried to do that very well. He is clear about the pathways, clear about what the country needs. And he focused on the economy, on the hard time, on creating jobs. It's clearly in fact, it's the most important issue. And as he mentioned, when you address the issue of the economy and jobs, people can take care of themselves. They can pay their bills. They can send their children to school. They can take care of their families, and they don't have to depend on lawmakers or beg people to do these things. So that's part of how you address all of the other issues. And as he said, it also helps address the issue of corruption. If you're paying people a living wage, if you're paying police officers a living wage, if you're paying teachers a living wage, you will be able to minimize them taking bribes, you minimize them taking money for grades. So you'll be able to also address the issue of corruption. So all of the things that we complain about, they're really intertwined and tied into the issue of jobs, the economy, the hardship. And he was very clear about how he tied all of that together. So I think we're seeing Mr. Cummings for exactly who he is. He's very intentional about it. And, he did use a few Sunday school words to be very clear about him defining himself. And I got a lot of messages like, "Ooh, Mr. Cummings is on fire." And that's exactly the kind of person we want Liberians to
be. I don't think those words were intentional, though. It was just a moment, right?
It was.
I was kind of surprised. Facebook is about to shut us down. But thank you, Mariah. Let me bring Jefferson Chesing. Jefferson, your first overview on this interview.
Thank you, Stanton and Mariah. Welcome. So, Stanton, I listened to the full interview, and Cummings has always been my man. But there are some things he said I was not too impressed, but the interview so far was good. Like, for example, Cummings was with the CPP. They were one of the people that highly condemned the flying of a private jet by the former president. And he's on this interview today justifying the flying of private jet. I was appalled. I was appalled about that. And he also talked about helping to lift the government. But Cummings were in every protest to bring the former CDC regime down. He attended every protest. He supported it. So, I mean, that's the hypocrisy I see today. But, I mean, the interview yes, it was good. And then there are some point where he was not clear on policy issues. There are some direct questions you ask him, He was not too clear on his policy issue. You talk about how are you going to support the University of Liberia? He said we appropriate more money. But where is it coming from? How are you going to generate that money? You know, he was not clear on some policy issues, and you talk about the corruption issue. How is he going to tackle it? In my mind, he was not too clear on it. Yes, but overall, the interview was good. And another point, I think he felt on being very strong on the leadership of this current government, which I think is not a good thing for the opposition. If he feels that everything is good with this current government, then there's no need of running. Let him keep his family money. No need of wasting your money. You know, I mean, the government is underperforming, and we must be clear about that. As opposition, we see all the failures of this government, the incompetence. If they are clear, and Cummings needed to speak to it directly instead of being soft about it. You need to be clear about how BACA has failed on purchasing $1.2 million vehicle when there was no need for that. On his government purchasing over $90,000. But yes, his interview was not too satisfactory to me because I saw some hypocrisy in it. You were with the CPP,
so
you
we would
condemned the Georgia government.
I want to find those different issues that you disagree with. Let's give a chance to Dr. Bobler, Vendetta Patrick, and Emmanuel George. Dr. Bobler? Dr. Bobler, are you with us? Vendetta Patrick, can you take it away, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry that these GSM companies, they are very corrupt. I hope the government can do something about that. They are exploiting it too much. But I think it was a very good interview, but I have some fundamental problems, and this is constructive criticism, not meant to, present the ANC in a different way. I like the fact that he was bold, very constructive of the government, and this is imperative on the part of any political leader. It's a foolhardy to say government will come to power and they will not do anything good. And I think Cummings, recognize some of the missteps of the government, and of course, some achievement, even though he did not articulate on that more. But his expression speaks volumes that there have been some gains, but most of the government policies, they have flopped. But I think Cummings need to work on his public narrative. I don't see a change of political message intended to capture the minds of Liberians. The same old message from 2017 stay there. And let me state clearly, being successful in the private sector does not automatically transition into being successful in the political sector, because there are gallants, in the political landscape in the country. You must understand the Liberian psyche. In the corporate sector, there are rules, there are professionals. You're dealing with like-minded individuals, but in politics, specifically the Liberian politics, there are competing challenges. You have to first develop that message to fall in line. He talks about the fight against corruption. I wanted to ask him if he was here. I don't see a fight against corruption being realistic under the Cummings leadership. Because a political party is a government in waiting. Have we sat, not just Mr. Cummings, but other political parties? During the election, we saw or opposition political parties with brand new pickups, logistical support, everything. You have more than 10, 15, 20 cars. After the elections, where are these cars? We saw in the case of $75,000 disappear under the caption at that time, we tire suffering. We expected appropriate accountability. The ANC have not spoken on that. If you are the government in waiting, you must institute discipline I want to see those individuals who were alleged to have stolen that money, 75K, were their punishment, who are responsible. Even though we heard that somebody ran away with, yeah, he left. Where are the guys who were using the vehicles? Right now, ANC will have to buy new vehicles. So on the other issue, lastly, let me just end on this. We got to be very clear here. He did not articulate his economic model. We wanted to hear a more strategic economic policy that he will introduce. But he's still talking about the economic model of 2017, 2023. So the political message, it has to be the tone. But overall, I think he was objective. We saw reality in his voice. I think he has passion for the country, but he has to manage his public narrative more effectively.
Thank you. Thank you, Vendetta Patrick. Just hold it right there, Emmanuel. Let me bring in the former representative, Akaris Gray. Akaris?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I was in and out of the interviews. But to be frank with you, I think knowing Alexander Cummings who he is, he did exactly what I expected of him. And I will start with the disagreements. The first thing is that, look, Liberia has a political culture. You go ahead when you can, and there's a political culture. And the language has to change. And there's no way that what he gave to this government will ever give to him. It's a clear-cut political reciprocity that has to be manifested and demonstrated by him. So, this is the first public interview. And I think overall, grading him, he made a pass mark. He did well, overall. But am I holistically satisfied with the way he answered some of the questions? I thought some of the questions were diplomatic. Let me use the word diplomatic. When I say diplomatic, it means that he sugarcoated some of the answers. Yeah, you don't need to sugarcoat it. You need to go for the head and diminish the capacity of the head. Clear cut. This is the political culture of our country. They will never employ you. But let me go to the positive of it. He admitted and acknowledged some of the mistakes he made. That was very, very good of him. I like one part of it. The issue of gay, he was clear, decisive. Unlike in the past, he punched it straight. He used some of the languages that we expected that would be used very clear. He described it as pure nonsense. I admire that part. So he took it head on to diminish that stigmatization. He didn't only stop there. He said our opponent defined us. This time, we will not allow them to define us, to tell who we are, for people to live in accordance with that. I thought that was extremely, extremely fair. But when it comes to the part of hitting the government itself as an opposition, he was a little bit laid back. And I don't think it's a good thing. I don't believe it's a good thing. I think Mariah is on the show tonight. When you read Mariah's page, I silently just follow her. He needs a Mariah voice. I'm being blunt with you. In this country, nobody going to take you strong or serious when you speak. You got to use the Texican language. You want to be a Republican? Go as a Republican. Cause the damage and move on. I thought that if you were going to start causing the damage, then maybe Stanton would have become a little bit elevated and punchy. But overall, that be fair to him. Overall, Alexander Cummings is taking some steps in terms of his approach in the Liberian body politics overall. And one thing I will not do on the show, and I've said it, I'm very clear with that. My objective is not to diminish the capacity of the opposition. My objective is to ensure that 2029, the Unity Party is all of power. So there's nothing positive about the Unity Party, as far as I'm concerned. In fact, I disagree with Alexander Cummings publicly that I don't want Burger to succeed. For Burger to succeed, it's for him to succeed with his field policy, his stealing, his raucous behavior, and all of those things. Is that what we want him to succeed about? We don't want him to succeed. Because if he succeeds, the country will go 150 years behind. So we don't want him to succeed. Probably the ANC spokesperson on the show will put it in context, because when leaders speak, sometimes people put their statements in context. So the information ministers and other people, press secretary, everything on the show tonight. But I think he did well overall. But this government should not succeed.
Thank you very much. Great. Let's hear from Emmanuel now. Then we'll go into what Mr. Comey has to say. It will be so great. Emmanuel, GK, George, talk to us.
Yeah, Jerusalem started his statement by saying, thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Mariah. You guys are doing an awesome job. So, Jerry, when you speak again, go back. Say you criticized at the beginning of the program. Look, Mr. Comey spoke well. He articulated the issues. He shared his plan for the Republic of Liberia. He graded his government 3%. He said they were not, they were at a stage where they seems to be confused on the issues. He wished them success, but every direction we look, they are going in the opposite direction. So kudos to Mr. Cummings. ANC partisans are excited tonight because the Liberian people are hearing exactly what we hear from Mr. Cummings almost every day when we interact with him. So I'm glad my brother Jason Jerome is baptized, and I look forward to him somersaulting and making that correction, because in the pre-analysis he came hard after us that we were taking Mr. Cummings in the wrong direction. But I like the way he came out. I mean, I couldn't have said it any differently. Yes, strong language, as Mariah alluded to, but we needed to make those strong, forceful points. But opposition does not mean you are against. The original word of opposition means two bodies in contradictions, having different opinions. We can have different opinions, but we should also appreciate what is good and what is bad in the country. And we did the same thing under President Weah. When President Weah had the economic summit, we proposed to him the economic solution to this country, but he rejected it. When after every state of the nation address, Mr. Cummings responded at that time to the state of the nation address. So this is the position that Mr. Cummings has always held, that he wants the Liberian government to succeed. And I too want every Liberian government to succeed. But unfortunately, that is not happening right now. We are at 3% at with all the indicators that is showing right now. And that's the reason why we keep holding this government to a 5. Will things change in the next 4 years? Perhaps. But as it going, it may not change. And I'm grateful to Mr. Cummings be on the program this evening. And I believe it was awesome.
Again, Emmanuel, thank you very much. Now we have given our soft response, right, to this whole issue. Let's get into some of the things that Mr. Cummings said, not the Sunday school language, right? Because a lot of people are not think that we have to just cut that off. I'm just kidding. I mean, Mr. Cummings was very on point. Let me come to you, because I know what Gibson thinking about, and we'll go back to Gibson. Winfred Russell, I saw the difference, Mr. Cummings. From what I said, I was one of those that beat on Mr. Cummings mercilessly, because you know why? Well, what did you say? You might work out to win. But Mr. Cummings wasn't this forceful. Mr. Cummings would lay back. But something is happening. Since you say, you know what? I'm going to take that bullet and I'm going to run with it. Let Liberian people see me for who I am. The very first major interview after the convention, we heard a lot about Mr. Cummings. If you go on the Spoon page, I'm telling you right now, a lot of Mr. Cummings have captured for today. Spoon Network, their page, all of the pages. His comment, it was cut, Jerome cutting. The guys are cutting, they are sharing it. What's your main takeaway, positive and negative, Mr. Russell?
Thank you. You know, there is something we like to say here. In politics here, we say, kill them with kindness. And I think Mr. That's what Mr. Cummings, tried to do today. So you don't have to be bombastic. You don't have to be all over the top, using all sort of flowery words to get your point across. I think it was clear. He drew a clear contrast between what his leadership, would bring, his presidency, if he were elected, what it would bring to the people of Liberia, and what is currently being offered, or what has been offered in the last administration. So it was pretty clear. It was pretty clear to me. He was being very objective. Always about criticism. It's just always about criticism. I mean, he laid it out. He talked very clearly about the struggling masses. I mean, he talked clearly about businesses, how you improve businesses. He was very clear that we should not be buying cars for ministers and legislators, and we should standardize the vehicle purchasing system in the country. That's what GSA was set up for. I mean, this is something that we talked about earlier during the week or last week on the show about GSA with the whole purchasing of the car. So Mr. Cummings was I thought he was very, very clear. So that's the positive. That's the positive side of it. What I think I would have, I also like the inclusivity of his message. I mean, he talked about growing the big hut. I mean, I thought that was pretty brilliant. I expected him to have talked more about, and maybe it was the line, the direction the questioning went into, but I expected him to talk more about about food production, agricultural production, and the value chain around food and agricultural production. That was what I expected him to have talked about. So because the three critical areas, developmental areas, you talk about health, education. I mean, he talked about those two, but he was pretty silent around agriculture. He talked a lot about the economy, about growing the rice bowl and all of that. I thought those were very powerful and straightforward, messages, because it spoke directly to the current issues that we're facing in the country.
Thank you very much. The agriculture, we never had made that a major topic. So I would give Mr. Cummings a pass on that one. I mean, folks were texting me at the end of the show. I couldn't bring in the agriculture. But listen, this is Mr. Cummings' first major interview after the convention. He will have more, and there will be more to discuss, right? But let's talk about what we talk about. Gibson, give me your takeaway, positive and negative.
Thank you very much. I said my initial comments were to first appraise what Cummings came here today to do. I saw that he was happy. I saw that he wanted to bring a lot of wisdom and understanding and knowledgeability to the table. But let me go to my
Gibson. Can you please mute? The VP, can you mute, please? Thank you.
Let me go into more detail. And Kev Hassan is right. Look, unfortunately, we are prepared to put together, those of us who will be in the opposition, to put together a quality collaboration. And quality collaboration, not just a quantity, but quality collaboration means people of like minds, people who mean well for this country, who have a different way of proceeding and bringing the country out of the arches of poverty. We believe that in the opposition, we should be able to help each other. But just to agree with Kev Hassan, I don't see how I can agree that Mr. Cummings want Mr. Bouakai to succeed. You want him to succeed violating the rulings of the Supreme Court. You want him to succeed flouting the laws that put people in quality position like the LTA. You want Mr. Bouakai to succeed in buying new vehicles with exorbitant money because he don't want to use the one that George Weah used. You want him to succeed in spending maybe $10 million to build a mansion in 4 years. You want him to succeed in lying to the Liberian people about stuff that he can't do, that children will no longer sell in the street, and he's unable to do it. You want him to succeed in telling the people that the harmonization by George Weah was wrong and he cannot even change the trajectory. You want him to succeed in what, Mr. Cummings? You want him to succeed in what? This was the most benign comment that Mr. Cummings made tonight. I will now say that I would tell the Liberian people, I got to be honest with you. Your government is failing. They lie to you. That is what I expected Mr. Cummings to say tonight. But I don't see telling the people you want to succeed. I can say that I'm a journalist. I can say that I'm not running for public office. Mr. Cummings wants to be president. He has contested 2 times already trying to be president. He's going to go for the 3rd time in 2023. But he wants somebody who flout all the laws, someone who is deeply involved in corrupt activities. His government is sucked with corruption. You want him to succeed in what? How you want him to succeed? In what? What is Mr. Bwaka that he must succeed? What is it that anybody can put their fingers on today that Mr. Bwaka can succeed on?
But that gives you, let me hold you there, and that's what we have in this show. So you are asking a good question. What can he succeed on? So when you want Mr. Cummings to be the one to put the last death in the hole?
I want Mr. Cummings to say.
Mr. Cummings is speaking to the audience, the Liberian people. He should be very measured, but also, guys, you got to think this is Mr. Cummings' first major post-convention interview. More to come, but I like your positive and negative. And
this is what I would like Mr. Cummings to say. And when he come back next time, he can evaluate that. If I were the one asked that question from you, and that was a brilliant question, I would say we all hope that this government should succeed. But the trajectory of this government doesn't prove to us that they are interested in succeeding.
Let me hold you right there. No. Let me hold you right there. Then maybe.
But Cummings mentioned that. Cummings mentioned that.
What the man said.
He mentioned that. Cummings mentioned that.
No. Yeah, I apologize for you. No, wait.
I mean, you can't just criticize just for the sake of criticizing.
Yes,
my man, the man mentioned that. Cummings mentioned exactly what you are saying. He mentioned it on the show.
So the issue is that I mean, Mr. Cummings.
Don't forget about the noise on the other side. I'm listening to you. People they don't listen to Cummings, so I don't care about them. I'm listening to you.
I do. You say you listen to me. I beg you. Let me move for you. Thank you.
Okay, let me end my comment 30 seconds. Listen, Stanton. I was recording comments and sending quotes to you. These people didn't listen to comments. He said, I want the government to succeed. He didn't say, I hope they succeed, but the trajectory that they are going is not the process to succeed. That's not what he said. He said, I want the government to succeed. It's 2 different things, sir. It's 2 different things to say, I want them to succeed is an affirmative decision that you made. But to say, I hope they will succeed, but they are not proceeding the way they're supposed to proceed to succeed. There are 2 different things. The apprehension.
David, thank you very much.
I send a quote to you. You can put a quote out. I send a quote to you.
So, David, the question was asked 3 different ways. And I even brought up about optimism. And, and he answered the question. He said exactly what you said. He said hope. He called hope. I'm asking the guys to call it right now for us to play. You missed that part. Maybe that when your wife call you from Liberia, maybe that when she call you, are taking the call. So, before I come on the show, let's start.
Right here with me. But listen. Okay. Let me pause. Maybe I'll come back again. I don't want to hold everybody hostage.
Gibson, I don't think you followed the show because that's exactly what Mr. Cummings said. Look, and it is not the first time he's even said it. He said it on a We Are 6 years. In fact, he said when we are succeeds, Liberian lives will get better and it will make it harder for them to replace it. At one point, and I'm trying to find that because it's been a couple of years now, he even said, if we are succeed, there's no point of us even contesting. The same thing he said about boycott today, and I will make sure I find it because you can call me VAR for for nothing. I know that for certain because we even had that discussion during one of our meetings. He did say it before. In fact, he's consistently said, any president who succeeds is in the interest of the Liberian people, and we should want the presidents to succeed so that Liberians' lives can get better. He even went to the extent of saying, if the presidents do succeed, then there's no point of him even running, and that's fine with it. Look, this is not politics. Yes, we're in opposition, and yes, it is in our interest, in our favor. It makes us more electable if the current government doesn't do well. But we all should definitely want the government to succeed. And that's where Mr. Cummings comes in. We're Liberians. We are affected by the policies of this government. If they mess up, it affects all of us. If you're supporting two persons right now, if times get really hard and the economy is bad as it is, you end up supporting four persons. When people are losing jobs, when you don't have companies coming in, you will have more unemployment and you will have more burden on you. So it's in our interest for the government to succeed. So when you say government succeed on what? It's not the things that they're doing that we're all condemning. It's the fact that we want them to turn the table. We want them to turn the curve. We want them to do better. And Mr. Cummings is very clear about it. They're not doing it. And he hopes that they can do it in the next 4 years. But right now, it doesn't look promising. He was clear about it. So let's address that part. The second thing I wanted to say is Pandemic. When it comes to the issue of corruption, Mr. Cummings is not just talk, he's talk and do. And I know you made some comments that we do need to clarify for the record. In 2022, 2023, when the issue of the 70,000 got missing, Mr. Cummings, under the CPP, did not just talk about it. In fact, it is on record, it was on social media, it was in the news, that the CPP did their own investigation, traced the accused person, the suspect, to Sierra Leone, had him arrested by the Sierra Leonean police, turned over to LNP. He was brought to town, taken to LNP headquarters, and it was the police responsibility to charge him and forward him to court. That did not happen. It is not on CPP or on Cummings. Cummings did show his commitment to fighting corruption and holding people accountable. So when that young man was accused of stealing the 70,000, he did everything he could to track him down and bring him to justice. It was on the CDC government, under President Weah and the police, to have charged him and sent him to court and hold him accountable. So you cannot use that as an instance of the ANC or the CPP or Mr. Cummings not fighting corruption. And I wanted to clarify that because it's on the record, it's on the news, and I can definitely find a news report to that effect. But let's also talk about the claims you made with private sector experience not being the same as public sector experience. One of the things that people don't realize is that it is the experience is not just the experience, is the skill set that you're bringing to the table. The skill set needed in the private sector is exactly the kind of skill set we need in the public sector. The reason we've not been able to progress over the years in this country is because we treat politics as though we're doing humanitarian work. We treat the public sector like it's humanitarian work. We even have an issue where you have SOEs that are supposed to be making money and contributing to the budget, acting like they are NGOs and giving humanitarian assistance to other government institutions when they are not paying or meeting their target to the national budget. The experience in private sector that enables businesses to make profits, the experience that comes with strategy, the experience that comes with decision making, the experience that comes with critical thinking, the experience that comes with budgeting, the experience that comes with making decisions that make sure the institution is able to make money is exactly what we need in the public sector. How are you running SOEs when they're not making money? How do you provide, just as businesses are meant to make profit, public institutions are meant to serve the people, are meant to provide services. So service delivery, how are you providing water? How are you providing LEC? How are you providing? This is why some governments in other parts of the world, they do what you call PPPs, public-private partnerships, because they're running government like you're running a mini business so that you're able to provide services to the people and you're able to empower the people to be able to afford those services. So there's a balance. What we are not doing in Liberia is tracking that balance. And what we're not doing in Liberia is ensuring that our public institutions are being run as businesses to not just make money, but to provide quality services to people and make sure that the people are able to afford those services. That's what Mr. Cummings brings to the table. So when he talks about the balance of skill, when he talks about the budget, when he talks about fiscal discipline, when he talks about how businesses are able to make money, that's the kind of thinking. It's the critical thinking skills. It's the skill set. It's the experience that we need. We've had experiences with politicians in this country for over 50, 70, 100 years. Let's be clear. Those experiences.
Thank you very much, Mariah. Let's give others a chance, guys. We are here for another 40 minutes. Give it your best shot. After this round, we'll do our closing round. This is about Mr. Cummings' interview today, and have gone all over Liberia and within the international community. I want to say thanks to our producer, the entire team, the CEO, Madam Titi Kane, and everyone that contributed to this interview. The Honorable Akaris Mose Gray. Let's hear you on the second round.
Okay, let me borrow from some of the quotes from Alexander Cummings that you put out on your page. He says something very important. He described, according to what you wrote, Boyka Ryan and Lazarus cars as being cattle. I thought that was important. It shows the insensitivity. He was very clear on that. He didn't mince his words. That being cattle. I don't see where a government that is cattle will ever want that government to succeed in its cattle behavior. So probably Mr. Cummings was speaking figuratively. Maybe he was speaking ironically, saying one thing to me another. You know, Julius Caesar, and when Mike Anthony, in the funeral ovation, he described Brutus as being honorable. But it didn't mean that Brutus was an honorable man. He described the negativity of Brutus against Julius Caesar, the execution, the betrayal. He said, yeah, but these are all honorable men. So probably Mr. Cummings was speaking ironically to say, yes, it's Carlos, but I want you to succeed. So sometimes we got to go into the in-depth of the conversation in terms of the figurative expression. Then he also said something very important. This climax the entire Unity Party-led administration. And I'll read a quote. The country is hard. Liberians are suffering. Civil servants are unpaid. Businesses are shutting down. The economy is now growing. And the country is in bad shape. The rescue government is now rescuing our people. What more can you say? So you can see that it just reminds me when I was in junior high reading the book Julius Caesar, you know, you would describe your opponent. Exactly, you know what is happening. You give all the description, then you come back and say, yet, Boyka is an honorable man. I want him to succeed. So I don't see why people from Unity Party clapping, saying that was being smart on his part, you know. And like I said, I was in and out of the interview. But just listen, let me read again. And that could be my conclusion for now until we close up. He said, the country is hard. Liberians are suffering. Civil servants are unpaid. Businesses are shutting down. The economy is not growing. And the country is in bad shape. The rescue government is not rescuing our people. Yet, I want Boyka to succeed. I don't know who reading all that and who understanding politically. I think that was a devastating blow to the Unity Party. And that's why I want to hear Alexander Cummings speaking, to be very frank with you. Because my mission here is to help protect the opposition. I want us to beat these people in the first round in 2029. And let me repeat, I saw people saying, great. If you expect me to come here and praise President Boyka, I'll never pay as information minister or press secretary. My mission is to diminish everything with the Boyka-led administration. There is nothing about objectivity in opposition. Make no mistake, in the great United States, many of you late. Boyka was talking about he will shut down the government, people will die if he become president. He was talking about people taking cushion, including the president. You expect me to come here and clap for Joseph Boyka? He's the worst, as Alexander Cummings said. He's being callous, evil, and dangerous for the forward march of this country. So, Alexander Cummings, thank you for speaking ironically. I thought that statement was very important. Thank you very much.
So, Akaris Gray, you know your literature, man. For Brutus is an honorable man.
Ironically,
I want to say this. For Brutus is an honorable man. So are they all honorable men? Come out to speak in Caesar funeral. He was my friend.
Boy, your peace must speak no more.
I can't spell you the man. I'm telling you, that's true. That's true. You know what? So let's just put it like this, right? And maybe Kev Hassan and my brother Jefferson and all the sedition out there want Mr. Cummings to come and start sharing blood. But I think words have meanings, and people got to now begin to think. Look, I don't know whether you guys follow the live feed, though. I don't think they're all ANC members. I don't know how many people right now we have watching the show, or how many have watched the show. Can somebody tell us how many comments and the viewership on all? You know what happened yesterday that made us so scared prior to organizing the show? Facebook shut us down. You guys were surprised when they didn't have a show. Facebook blocked us. I don't know why. And from last night to today, some of us never slept. Diamond, James, the entire team, all of our technicians. 2-something today. If you go back on Spoon page, we posted the first test. And Mr. Cummings have gotten one of his largest viewership yet on Spoon. The people came to listen to Mr. Cummings. What I've said to you, the people are yearning for the change. But Mr. Cummings didn't say he was that option, did he? Mr. Cummings didn't say he was that dark cloud. He said the people want someone else. And man, I don't know. Let me stop this fight before people blaming me already, my phone going off. But let me stop this fight, and we'll take it lippy. Let's bring in our brother Jefferson. Jefferson, I will take it lippy. I won't reserve, my firing strength. So let me take it lippy.
You know, I like where Honorable Gray came from. You know, it went way to Julius Caesar quoting, I think what, Act 3 Scene 2, right? And the man talk about how. But listen, Cummings has always been my man, right? My only point here is that you cannot say you wish for this government to succeed, and you have always wished for every government to succeed, when in the past you fought to bring down the government of former President Weah. I mean, for me, it's contradictory. I think he needs to correct that. But besides that, his speech was good, and he addressed most of the issue you raised. But I think he needs to be more straight on his policy issue on addressing corruption, on drugs. He needs to be square on how he's going to address that as president. On education, he needs to be clear on that, because one of the clear question you asked Stanton was that, how are you going to address the UL issue? You say you're going to appropriate more money, but where is the money going to come from? But I think overall, his criticism on this government was more diplomatic, like somebody said, because let's remember, Stanton, this government is headed by Joseph Boakai, who fought in every way to damage Cummings' political career in our country. He lied on Cummings. He tried to damage Cummings because he saw Cummings as a threat to his presidency. Let's not forget that. It happened. They lied on this man. Under the Cummings leadership, the CPP prospered more than ever. It was never divided. They were most united. But under the leadership of Joseph Boakai, the CPP crumbled. So Cummings needs to remember that. Address his issues squarely. This government is not performing at all, and I understand where he's coming from, but we need to be clear and brutal. This is Liberian politics. You're not speaking to the elite. I keep saying this. Cummings' messaging is tailored to the elites, and this has been the problem of the ANC. You need to tailor your messaging to the ordinary Liberians, those Liberians that are feeling the pinch and the suffering of the incompetence, the corruption of this government. Those are the people that need to hear your messaging. Otherwise, a few elite, their minds are made up. But the ordinary Liberians, those are the people that want to a different leadership. Those are the people that want to prosper. Those are the people that want to feed themselves, want to send their children to school, want to be able to pay WASS fees. Those are the people that want to be able to send their children to hospitals. Those are the women that want to give birth in a conducive atmosphere compared to giving birth on the street that is happening now under this government. It needs to be clear about our health sector, that this government has failed on every front. It needs to be clear about that, because this is what is suffering the ordinary Liberians. If you continue to be diplomatic, that thing Akaris is explaining, the ordinary Liberian down there in West Bank, Taratan, in Bokonjide, and other places, they don't understand it. So this is why you see he's still not getting the numbers, because his messaging is tailored to address the elite, the intellect. No, that's not what the people want. The people want you to address them directly, the ordinary people, the voters, the real voters.
What was in Mr. Cummings? What was in Mr. Cummings before you would bring Dr. Buble in, because he have not spoken? What was in Mr. Cummings' message today that was pointed towards the elite?
Exactly.
Give me one example.
So I tell you, you ask him, how are you going to address the corruption in our country? Cummings' response was that we need to find a root cause. We need to make sure that people that are being corrupt are well paid. No. What the ordinary Liberians want to hear, that those people that are denying in this government for having good health, for having quality education, for causing LU to be incapacitated, what the people want to hear is that, how are you going to address that? How are you going to prosecute them? How are they going to account for what they did? The people want to hear those that are stealing the money, that are causing the marketeers to fail, that are causing businesses to fail in this country. The people want to hear, what are you going to do with these people? Those people that are taking millions of Liberian people dollars to buy luxurious vehicles for themselves. How are you going to solve that kind of issue? Those are what the people want to hear. Because this thing is Stanton.
No, but I beg you, my man. But just hold on 1 minute now. Let's do this thing fairly, right? What that about elitism in what he just said?
Yes, it is. It's not addressing the feelings of the audience. Look, Stanton, Cummings has always had a message.
No, corruption. Let's forget about coming that message. The corruption part today that you just brought up, right? That corruption part. Cummings said we should go to the root cause. If we increase the people's salary, we pay them well, we bring in technology and innovation, modern day innovation. If a man is taking home, that's when he said 300 and 400 a month instead of 150. It would drop the corruption issue in our country. And technology. He said we did that at Coca-Cola. He said, but trust me, Stanton, people will go to jail. That's why they're afraid of me. So that message for elite?
No, Stanton.
And to add, he even said a political class fought him, and they might fight him again because they were afraid that he was serious about his message with fighting corruption. The political class is what you would call the elite. So how was he speaking to them?
No.
Did you follow the interview?
No, yes, I followed it meticulously. I did.
No.
I did. And
apparently not.
Apparently not.
And you don't want to, Mariah.
Listen,
wait, Stanton. 1 minute, Stanton. 1 minute. Mariah, you need to help Cummings to tailor his message to reach the ordinary Liberians. If we don't do that,
how do you suggest to do that?
The opposition will not put up a good fight.
So Jefferson, how do you
Jefferson 735. We got 25 minutes. Let's leave you alone.
Yeah, just 1 minute,
Come
just
back
3
here
seconds.
tomorrow and we'll finish it up. My thing, I kind of confused. Okay, real quick, 30 seconds. Fighting corruption. Real quick, Johnson.
The Liberian people want to
Johnson,
hear.
on that question about corruption, what do you think Commies will have said that would make this thing better?
If I was a presidential candidate and you asked me that question, the first thing I would have said that I will ensure that those who are found guilty through a competent legal process will be fully prosecuted, they will be sent to jail, and they will repay that money. And that is what the Liberian people want to hear. That's what the ordinary Liberian want to hear. That these people will be prosecuted, they'll be punished for the crime against them.
Jemose, thank you very much. Thank you, my friend. That'll both play you in and out. Let's hear you, sir. Welcome again to the show.
Thank you, CEO. So let me just get right to it. First of all, I thought it was a good interview, and thank you, CEO, for giving him the opportunity. I think for the most part, it was a conversation of substance. There's some big ideas that jump out at me. First, the rest of the country should be paying attention by the level of engagement. The level of engagement, I think, is indicative of people seeking solutions. The current government should also pay attention because the political climate and the people today are very impatient, and rightfully so. They're impatient with promises made, but promises not fulfilled. I also like his approach. His approach was he stayed away from a lot of personal things. He wanted to talk about what he felt could solve some problems. Here's one of the biggest things that stood out because a lot of his conversation around the economy. He said, I know some people and, I can know the CEO for big companies or whatever. He said, but and I wrote it down because it was very important. He said, relationship is not enough. Environment matters when it comes to investment. And for some reason, this particular fact has eluded us as a people and those in leadership. We're a resource-rich country. We go outside, we tell the people, come invest here. For 12 years, you don't build road. 6 years, you don't got running water in not one county that you can say this whole county got running water. But you tell people to come invest. So when you tell people to come invest and you haven't provided the environment, one, you cost them more money, okay? So the costs go up. So that's a deterrent. Two, if they do come, we run into what we call cost push inflation. It costs them more to produce where they went to Ghana, they got water, they got light, they got communication system. So he spoke to that, and we need to pay attention because if we want investors to come, this country is so rich, resource rich, and we right on the precipice of exploding as a country that can produce jobs for its people. But we got to do the bold economic things like privatize LEC so you get your main source of energy in 15 counties. He also said something else, Stanton. He was talking about salaries and benefits for workers. Now, for me, there he didn't say enough. Okay, there and LU or UL, we call it now. He didn't say enough there, but he did say that we should raise the income of the lower age. And he right, the lower tiers of workers so that they can have a living wage. What I wanted him to say more, he didn't say, is what you would do with the upper age, because that's where most of our recurring expense is. We pay unusually a large amount into non-productive units, and we need to reduce the salary and compensation of the upper tier so you have more on the bottom. The last thing I would say that he said was very important. He said we should decentralize. You decentralize and minimize the role of lawmakers and maximize the involvement of the local government. Look, and he gave this illustration with ArcelorMittal. We don't provide the infrastructure, then we sign quickly on the agreement, and then we say the people should do some things in the community. I really like his approach from an economic standpoint. Don't do the small thing. Give us a percentage of your export. We want to see profit loss statement. We want to see balance sheet, and then give us a percentage. We will build a road in Yekipa and Buchanan. Don't do this small thing and then blow it up like you're doing so much when in fact we know how many billions you exported and making. That's smart. And the leader that will be a legacy president in this country is one who gets the economy or get good, serious economic minded people around him, because the economy is the path forward. Job creation is the epicenter of socio-economic development. You can take it any way, spin it any way. You don't create jobs in the private sector, you will struggle. And we're struggling now because most of our job creation at the government. I told one senator, he said, but the government is the largest employer. I said, don't say that anywhere else because people will laugh at you. They're not the people who will be creating the jobs. Those are quasi jobs. You want to create jobs in the private sector so that you generate income and create the multiply effect. I think our CEO, you did a good job giving ABC an opportunity to say what he had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bobla. Guys, we're going to be wrapping up. Let's give you your minute or two, and then we'll close the show. We have to leave it at 8 p.m. Eastern time. That will be 12 a.m. Come back again. Join us tomorrow on the Bigger Spoon Talk. We got a lot to cover tomorrow. And again, the comments conversation will be trending. I want to say, as of now, comments have hit his 80,000 while we're still on the show viewership. We are talking about almost 7,000 comments, almost 1,000 shares, and more likes. I want to say to all of you, because of you, we are here every day. We want to say thank you. Let's make progress as we wind this thing down with 18 minutes left. Let me come to you. Kev, have you spoken, Kev? Oh, go ahead, Kev. Talk to us, please.
Okay. One of the area I keep pounding on is I want this government to succeed, right? I do have a serious problem with that. And as a Republican, I don't want Democrat to succeed. Why? Reason number one, I'm a pro-life, right? I believe that. The immigration, open borders of the Democrats, I'm against that. I don't want them to succeed. I don't. He means well. I want them to succeed. I think that's part of the weakness of the interview. He said a lot of good things, you know, but when the other part that are kind of like, you know, making me to say, okay, as an opposition, if you're an opposition leader and you want to remove this government, fundamentally you're different. You don't have the same. That's why you want to move him. So by not going straight and calling out this subject, which is the president, it's an issue for me. Let me give you an example. He talked about what happened with him in the CPP. They went against him. They say he forged document. Who did that? Who organized that entire criminal gang against Mr. Cummings? It was the president, the current president. Who was the boy, well, Mo Ali passing around, lying on Mr. Cummings, did everything. But he refused to call this president name to say he organized that crime against him. Maybe I still long in this country too much, but I know that the opposition leader, the opposition now, the Democrat, are attacking Trump for this shutdown. They are going straight to the jugular vein of
Trump. Let's say we're all about politics, my man. Tell America thing for I always tell you that, man. Please. Okay. Give an example in Rwanda and in Guinea. Let's stay in Africa, please.
But yeah, because I live
here. Sierra Leone, as a matter of fact, Sierra Leone, please.
Okay, I'll give Sierra Leone. So So when you refuse to call the man you want to unseat, I do have a problem with that, because you attack the policy. Who is the chief architect of the policy that this government is running? Everybody on the platform knows Jose Imam Boakai. So he needs to call him out. Nothing he mentioned about Jose Imam Boakai on the show today. So there's a problem. But in politics, if you don't mention your opponent that you're going after, which is the subject, I do have a problem with that.
Thank you, Kev. Thank you guys for winding down. Again, I will keep everything I want to say for tomorrow. Something is happening on the show tonight, maybe intentionally. Sedition choose not to go back. You know, I would advise you guys, go back and listen to the interview again, because something is happening. I don't know what is it, but Sedition just choose to cherry pick this interview and say Mr. Cummings didn't criticize Jose Imam Boakai. But this is my takeaway, right? I'll come to you from that real quick. This is my takeaway, right? I think Sedition issue is that Mr. Cummings set this thing up about George Bernard Weah. What led to George Bernard Weah not being re-elected? I think that's what I heard to my brother Kev. Mr. Cummings said George Bernard Weah failed the Liberian people. And once you say that, Kev will find anything in his playbook not to recognize any good thing you say. I'm saying to Kev because he's a Sedition. But I had to, like I just advised you, Kev, not to talk about American politics. In opposition, that's the best thing to do. Then you'll meet halfway and negotiate beyond the same. But right now, Cummings, Tewon Gonglo, Joe Weah, you or anybody, put their hand up and start saying, we'll do X, Y, and Z because we think about merging. I think it will just muddy the water. Even Musa Belete will come and beat on Cummings because Musa Belete say he won't be president. And that's the way to go. But maybe it's a selective hearing, and we hope that, we'll bring in some Q-tip and discuss this further. Let me kind of give that up, Patrick. Jefferson Chelsea, let me bring you out. Somebody trying to come in. We'll come back to you for the final close. We'll back in you. All right.
So I like to be very intentional. There was no problem on the part of Mr. Cummings to be very constructive in criticizing the government. I think he spoke in line with what I always do. When things are wrong, you say it. When things are okay, you also say. Being constructive. You can still disagree with the government without losing the originality of your voice. Former President George Weah, he's on record for criticizing protesters, specifically seditions, for giving Ellen a hard time. Former President Weah is on record for saying, let the woman end her tenure successfully. When we come to power, these things will come, and we want people to treat us the same. Weah was not considered a stupid man then, and he will never be. When you are constructive as a political leader, it means you have placed love for country over political agenda. I'm sorry for my friends. When we accepted the result of the 2023 elections, seditions were angry. They were angry. So Weah set himself apart because he was the president. He needed to protect the tenets of our democracy. So Cummings did absolutely wrong. There are some things this government is doing. It's good. They are good. There are some things this government is doing. They are not good. We cannot categorically state that for the past 1 year, 6 months, nothing positive has happened under this government. Some good things have happened, some bad things have happened. So Cummings was not wrong. But let me respectfully disagree with my sister on the issue when it comes to the fight against corruption. I think Cummings provided no clear agenda in the fight against corruption. You have to be intentional. You argue that the man who stole his 75,000 and went to Sierra Leone, arrested and brought in, the man stole from the ANC. The ANC must persecute him. It is the ANC money, it's the CPP money. They should prosecute him. If you turn the man over to the LMP does not prosecute him and send him to court. It is the moral responsibility of the ANC to ensure that one of their accounts is prosecuted in line with the laws of Liberia, to send a message. In fact, had there been an audit of the ANC after the election? Have you audited your campaign money? Where are the vehicles that we saw passing all around here? ANC, motorbike, where are they? The people took all of them. And you criticize the government for asset recovery. You should recover your asset first. Being a member of a political party does not give you the right that after election you now win, you carry the party property. This is not only to ANC, but all the political parties. A political party is a government in waiting. So you cannot clearly define, and one of the reasons why we are lost election was the lack of fight against corruption. So if you want to win an election, your policy when it comes to the fight against corruption must be clear, intentional, and robust. That which the ANC did not do. So, I mean, we got to be very clear. But overall, in conclusion, CEO, I think one of the best things he said to deviate from forming collaboration of political parties. The ANC must build a brand on its own. And I like the part he said, we can't do it early. Maybe around 2028, at which time you are worked, you know your strength. Any political party come now, you know what's up. I really enjoyed that part. But from the beginning, I was one of those that said, look, Mr. Cummings must build a brand. And I'm happy he listening and we're moving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP. We got another.
I think Cummings touched Stanton sweeper tonight.
Just brief clarity, please.
No,
and I have the moral responsibility to provide that clarity.
More your speed. Let me give the announcement, guys. So there will be no closing. We appreciate all of you because we have to go. Our time is up, please. Mariah, go ahead.
No, and this is brief. I have the moral responsibility to do this because I stand corrected, but I'm the only lawyer here. My brother Vandelic, the only person I can persecute, the only institution I can persecute is the state. Crimes are committed against the state. You as the individual, you carry a complaint, you become what they call the private persecutrix. That means you're telling the state, the person stole my money, I bring a complaint. The state, the police will then charge and forward to court. The prosecutors will be the ones to prosecute the case. That honor Ministry of Justice, that honor the state. ANC cannot prosecute their own case. The only thing ANC can do is when the case is forwarded to court, ANC can hire a private lawyer to affiliate with the prosecutors to prosecute that case. But to forward that case to court, that the government.
So are you saying the case was not forward to court? The matter did not go to court?
It did not. And that's what I said first. I made it clear that we turned the guy over to LMP and LMP did not charge him or forward him to court. So that one is not on ANC. When it comes to
okay, party property. The second issue I raised was the party property.
I'll provide I will just 1 more minute, please, 1 more minute. And I made it very clear that we went to Sierra Leone, got him, brought him, turned him over. The state refused to charge him and forward him to court. That's on the state. Mr. Cummings' tolerance for corruption is 0, and he's clear on fighting corruption. On the issue of the parties' properties, whether it's the cars or the bikes during the elections, I stand confused as to how that is corruption if the party decides to give those bikes or vehicles to those who used it to work after the elections when the party has not come to you to tell you that anything was stolen. Did the party make any complaints of stolen vehicles or bikes? The party chooses how to dispose of their assets. How is that corruption? So that is no issue of corruption here. And
Thank you. You guys should have
Right, you know, my brother. That's right.
Go ahead, we can continue this tomorrow.
Yeah, let's continue tomorrow. Yeah, okay, one card to Vanilla Patra taking you. All right.
I tell you.
Can I ask one question? Can I ask one question? Can I ask one question? Well, Samurai is making clarification.
Madame to speak now. So give thing you have your time. So just
no, my question is very
short. But that ANC that go party, that go and chop your own and go.
The question is for Mariah because she's making clarification. I just want to find out really quick. Really quick, Mariah. My question is, you claim that the case was brought to the attention of the police and they did not charge him, neither the prosecution make any effort to charge him or take him to court. Did ANC as a party or Mr. Comey as an individual issue a statement condemning the act of the police and the Justice Ministry, or did they raise any issue publicly that this man have been found and the police is messing with the kids? Is there anything?
Yes, we did. And I remember that clearly because it was communicated that the state has failed to charge or prosecute. And that because I know that the CPP sent people to Sierra Leone. In fact, we got the Sierra Leonean police arrested the guy based on our investigation and our work and turned it over to the Liberian police and was brought to them. After that, a statement was done. I'll find a statement. Yes.
Thank you very much, Umar. Thank you, Mama. I beg you, Emmanuel, sorry that you cannot close. We're out of time. I want to say to you, Leon, sorry. But it's been a wonderful show. We appreciate each and every one of you. Join us tomorrow. Let's have a beautiful program again. Dr. Boble, thank you a lot. Some of the questions, Dr. Boble, came from your web. She has a very hard question, by the way. And I want to say, yes, indeed. I was slipping it in there. But it means a lot of people follow. And again, people from Liberia, from America, they came, they contributed, and we are grateful. We want to say thank you, Dr. Boble. As always, you make a valid point. My brother Vandela Patrick, thank you. Councilor Morale, Yakula, sorry, the last thing always eat me up. Okay, thank you very much, Mariah, for joining us. Emmanuel, George. Emmanuel, are you a doctor? I saw on your page that you're a doctor. Are you?
Yes, I am. I have a PhD.
Oh, but you just took that away from us. But I saw it on your page when I was searching. But I was doing a background check.
Wait, may I answer the question? Are you a doctor? Did you get BSc? What are you talking about?
PhD.
I have a PhD.
Oh, okay. Sorry, doctor.
Yeah, but I was doing a background check on Emmanuel. Kev wanted me to check behind you to make sure that you qualify for this show. So I did. And I saw that you're a doctor. Thank you, Emmanuel.
Continuing the conversation tomorrow.
As soon as money got be here, we'll change it. As soon as money got be here.
People got implanted on the platform, yo.
Yeah, please make sure that
I don't expect anything different from Stanton tonight. First of all,
you can come on.
The way Stanton is open to them, I'm fun.
Other women on.
He wore a watch for the first time. He wore a watch for the first time.
You know, you are selective because this watch is my everyday watch, and you know, I bought it from the dollar store. So it's not for the
I said the CEO blowing Kumi horn tonight, Galilei executive horn, just blowing it tonight.
The cost of the watch. I mean, now you can ask them the cost of the watch.
And thank God for Dr. Boble on the show. You want us to elevate the show, to change the attack. I try my best to be modest and ask questions and remain in line. Let me be disciplined.
We agree.
Set it off right. So I can't start yelling again. You will for 2029, you will see.
We agree. No, moving forward, I will call you executive home. You blowing it tonight.
No, tomorrow we'll see how you dress to come tomorrow. We'll see how you dress to come tomorrow.
Tomorrow I push it.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
My brother Colonel Akaris Gray, thank you very much, man. It's good having you as always. Jefferson.
I hope that you so can have lunch, my man.
I carry the man in la bro. Emmanuel in la bro.
Well, like Maria way, man. You see that you can't be running your campaign to elitist people. Man, you can't tell them.
I don't know what elitist. That's something happening. You need chasing and you talk about elitism. You need your own need chasing. You need chasing. You say illiteracy. Listen to your own name. You should be the last person talking about illiteracy. Man, sometimes they got him dumber. They got to get driving crazy sometimes. There's a man that was born with silver spoon in his mouth, right? He riding chariot on the native people around him. Then he talk about illiteracy. Let him come out here tomorrow. Yeah, see you later, man. That was like as always, man. I want to say thanks to all of you. I think this was a wonderful program. We appreciate you. Continue to share the show. That's the result of today. And I think it's started down. But this was why maybe 10 minutes ago, right? When you put this result up. Damo, you're muted. You're muted, Damo.
Yes, this was about 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Yeah. I want to say thanks to all of you that join us, continue to share the show, and thanks to Mr. Commons for accepting our invite and being on the show today. Have a wonderful evening, Damo. Thank you a lot. I do appreciate you and the entire crew, Damo. Have a good night.
Good night to you. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Spoon Talk comes your way again today, 8 p.m. This is how I bid you farewell. Bye-bye.
You profound gemma, to sport. Yeah.